on the podium, then comes up, and then make sure everybody sees the blood and stuff, and then people surround him, and he's telling them, "Hold on, hold on,
hold
hold
on.
on."
Yeah.
And then he starts yelling like, "F these MFers" and stuff like that, like, and holding his hand out, kind of like
Yeah.
some Hitler type stuff. Like,
Yeah, we need to get the money shot here, folks.
See,
Come on.
I
exactly.
didn't hear that
Don't rush
shit.
this thing.
I didn't get to hear that because the video we just watched, it was on silent, so I didn't
Yeah,
get
you got to read
to
his lips. I haven't heard it neither. I just read his lips. You can tell he said it was the
to the woman, to the female Secret Service gal. She's like, ho, I got to get the money shot. He didn't get the money shot. Yeah.
You could hear when he was telling them hold on, but then they blocked out what he said. But what I read his lips, and what he was saying was like F them, F these MFers and this and that. Like, it clearly had the F word in it a few times. You can see out of his lips, so they blocked that out. But this is all theatrics, man. And if you don't know, they just let that movie out in America. I don't know if it's worldwide. Civil War. So that's another subliminal thing. Like, that's what they're pushing for. They have this thing called, I don't know if you're familiar with it, Agenda 2025, where they're getting ready to make America, and they're essentially they're shooting to make it worldwide, but in America, they're going to make it a militarized police and church state. So they're going to mix church and state back together again, and they're going to sell it as if it's a good thing. But see, there's really no real Christians on earth right now. It's probably about 1% that are living right now that know the true story of the Christ. What we have are Biblicans, people that are worshiping a dead letter book that has been has so many spells and sorcery, and it's been touched by thousands of people, the same people that were watching do these theatrics.
Yeah.
Over the ages. So the Christ energy and everything is true, and I teach that a lot in my teachings. But as far as Christianity, that's a religion, and if you know the true story of Christ, it's Christ was anti-religious, anti-establishment, against all of that. So it's all lined out in their Agenda 2025. Trump even, they're gonna, when he said when he gets back in office, he's even gonna reestablish the Sabbath day, not Sunday worship like most of the churches. They're gonna reestablish the Shabbat. You like Saturday, Saturn Day, like the Saturn worship and all that. So that's part of it, and they're actually saying they got it lined out in their little agenda. It says that they're going to actually shut down commerce and everything on the Sabbath. So they're looking to make this a militarized thing. And I'm sure some of you know this, that he signed, before he left office, he signed that FEMA act giving FEMA control of the military. So this whole time, technically, Joe Biden has not even been the commander in chief. FEMA has been over top of the military the whole term of Joe Biden. A lot of people don't know that. So, and some people say that Trump has actually been commander in chief the entire time. I don't know.
Yeah, speculation, and we can't prove that.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know about all that, but I do know he did sign that FEMA act. And it's all the puzzle. If you have the eye to see, you can see that they're putting all the little puzzle pieces together. So this, right, and like someone said earlier, all the white people in the background and the Snoop Dogg video trying to paint the picture of, and even I remember growing up that it was basically a thing to where, like, people ask you, are you Democrat or Republican? If you were poor or black, you were by default Democrat. You didn't know what the hell a Democrat was. You didn't know what it meant, what it stand for, but you just knew if you was poor or some kind of ethnic outside of white, then you were a Democrat. If you had money and you was white, you was Republican. But the conundrum there is that the true story, the true past of America, the Republican Party was started by the melanated people, and the indigenous people on the land and stuff that started taking part in their system. So the Republican Party didn't start with quote white people. So they kind of like have switched it over the years, and even the word Democrat, for one, United States corporation is not a democracy. It's supposed to be a republic.
Yeah,
So
Republic. Right.
you know what I mean. But either way, it's all effery, because it's all boils back to Admiralty maritime law, which is just corporate legal fiction. So like people think they're voting, like you can't cast a vote at a poll. That's a ballot. So a poll is what it's telling you, like when they say the polls are in. Well, what polls are polarity, it's duality, it's Cainable, the Cainable system, Cain-able, blue, red, white, black. It's the checkerboard. When they take that poll, there ain't no vote. I mean, they even tell you the Electoral College, the senators in the House of Representatives are the ones that technically vote. We don't vote. Then they call it a popular vote, but really it's a poll to gauge the temperature of the people. So really, that's why they always got, the rappers and this one and that one pushing go vote, because they want to gauge the mental stance of the people, which gives them a heads up. It gauges the mentality of the people at any certain time, so they can put the proper actor in place with the proper agenda for the people's mind state at that time. So that's why voting to them, that's why they push it so hard, because it's really a form of lesser magic. It's a way to get into your mind to see where the masses stand. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to figure out a way to kind of like get in here, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I mean, you were on a roll, and that's cool. But hey, London, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So this happened on 7/13. So the gematria people are gonna lose their shit. They're probably like having orgasms about like and going back in time and like, okay, this proves this or whatever, like connecting it to all these dots after the fact. That's how those guys they do their thing. What do you think about that? The gematria guys, where they they say, based on the numbers, and if you go back, this is connected to
they're all still in the lab right now. Most of them are still in the lab as we speak.
Me myself, I've never really been into gematria.
No, I agree with you. I'm just
a little
facetious.
I see people making some numbers, which I don't know whether it makes sense, but they see numbers, right? And fair play to them if they see the numbers, because everyone's got their position in this game, right? I see eyes and craters, and other people see numbers and shit.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Like some people probably won't see what I'm seeing, and I can't see what they're seeing. But we're in one game, so until someone like literally brings me proof, like how I've got hard evidence when it comes to the eyes and the craters and stuff. Like even with the Mandela, there's certain things that I see, but I want something to like just grab hold of me, like, yo, this is it. This is the big Mandela he's supposed to see. I'm like, okay, I see what you're saying.
For sure.
The problem with gematria is that people aren't practicing the true gematria. Nobody. This thing they call gematria today is a new age gematria. The real gematria is the geometric language. It's sacred geometry that's in words and numbers. So it's not meant to be just lining up all these words that add up and are the same number. It's actually meant to create a picture on a map. It's meant to create a location, a picture, a geometric, something that you can actually like make a shape out of. That's what the original gematria. What they're doing is something called I can't even. It's two other things. It's all comes from the Kabbalists and all that. But I tell you one thing I did notice with the numbers is it was on 713, and 713 is the Houston area code. And what's the first thing you think of when you hear Houston? Houston, we have a problem. We all know that NASA is based in Houston, and NASA means to be deceived. So they literally did this event on a day that's connected with NASA that means to be deceived. So that kind of stood out to me without even having to do all the gematria stuff.
Got you. What's this? Is this the thing that you got for me, Rich?
Yes, bro. Yeah, we disappeared for a bit.
Let's have a look.
It's like 5 minutes long, just over. But that's it. It's a stage, right? That's the way I look at it, and then you don't get stressed. You can just switch it off.
Let's have a
Someone
look.
comes knocking at your door, that is. And that'll be the task.
We can see the guy there.
Oh shit! Is that him?
I think they hit him because the guy looks dead.
Hit him? Oh shit!
We're following
there's people
all
right
these
there.
major developments after the shooting at a campaign rally.
I think they hit him because the guy looks dead.
Hold on.
We're following all these major developments after the shooting at a campaign rally. Former President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, was slightly wounded in the right ear, but we're told by his campaign, by his family.
He bit down on a blood capsule or something, or they smugged him. Look at that.
They really want to leave X's all over his face and stuff.
It's like Thor, or Braveheart.
No medical attention. If an athlete would have got injured, he out there would have had more medical attention. All it took was a little cotton ball.
Is that what it would look at that? Oh shit. It looks like hey, you know what that looked like? That looked like he was about to put his lipstick on and someone jogged him.
Yeah. He was driving.
Yeah, he went over a pothole when he put his lipstick on.
Where did all
his lips? Yeah, and he hit a bump in the car.
Yeah.
Listen, I've had a wound on my ear before, and it drips down your earlobe.
Yeah.
Why is it not dripping down his earlobe? It's smeared all over his face.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly he had his head down. You know, when they covered him. Who knows? Yeah.
Who knows exactly?
Yeah.
None on his suit. He ain't got no blood on his suit.
Yeah.
Yeah. That white shirt. That white shirt's pure.
Clean, man.
Clean.
Come on, man.
That's proper. That's a proper white. White
he ain't
shirt
even get none in his hair.
Oh hell no.
Yeah. Hey, he said, "Not on my hair, bitch. Don't get my hair."
Do you know who you're shooting at?
And look, he got his mouth squeezed too, like he knows it's not blood. Like, I don't want none of this crap in my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Good point,
He's still
right
got
there.
the capsule in his mouth, right? He's still got the capsule in his mouth.
Like the arrows real blood. Like the arrows real blood. Could be,
hey, hold on. Hold on.
It looks very real.
Look, Rich, what's going on, right? Rich, look, what's going on with the security behind him? What's wrong with his eye? Is there something under his eye or is that shadow?
Dang, that looks like that real.
There you go.
Huh. He's got a bag under his eye.
Yo, that looks crazy. He's black eye. I mean, his whole eye is black, and he got the little real black eye underneath.
He was initiated.
Boy.
Yeah.
My other dude got on glasses so dark he couldn't see who was shooting from where.
Yeah. Hey, that's a fact. Listen, he can't see nada. He's no good right there. You see, right now, he's a liability. He can't see nothing.
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 Somebody could come up and just steal him.
Pierce the upper part of my right ear. Okay. Wow. Can you imagine that? Like, you've got to be the worst shot, you know, the shakiest gun in the West, or like, I mean, there's from that angle. Yeah. I mean, he looked up, he's like, oh, he's looking straight ahead at the audience. And then, you know,
Where's the piece of his ear? Like, where's the wound?
Where is
I mean, when does a bullet just give you a cut without no hole, no big like wound? Like, you would see deep dark blood color, like red, like I mean purple almost. It would be like deep maroon, deep red color.
I mean,
like,
yeah, anyone with firearm experience knows how devastating, you know, from that distance, a bullet traveling, you know, it would be really bad.
Oh yeah,
I mean, come on, it would be.
And the odds
bad.
of it not
even with the 22, even with the 22 caliber. Come on.
Oh yeah.
But do you know what's crazy about this, right? Look, they don't even know if there's multiple shooters, right? So
yeah,
they still got your man out there like a prize. Like, it's fair game right now. Look, it's fair game. Heads casted out in the opening like an ostrich.
There could be multiple people
right there that they know. They know the whole. Now, I'm not saying everyone out there knew, because they got to have an authentic reaction from the you know, the dummies that are out there. So there's a lot. Most people don't know what's going on. Even some of the Secret Service agents probably don't even know what's really going on.
I surmise that, like, you know, the Trump campaign was like getting sick and tired of the whole media talking about, you know, Biden and his, you know, mental, you know, capacity or lack thereof. And like constantly every news story was like, is Biden, you know, is he going to be in, or is this? So they said, okay. And I just imagine, so they pulled this off. And then I just imagine the whole Biden campaign going, damn, that dude just trumped us. No, you know, pun intended, you know, like damn, that's a freaking solid, you know, checkmate right there.
Yeah.
Because he took over the media now, you know, 24/7. I mean, God, it's perfect.
Ultimately, though, I think they're like, I don't even think the real Biden is alive. If he is, he's probably somewhere like in some kind of coma somewhere. Like, dude looked at like he.
You're bogging.
Got like a little pep in his step. He ain't got no wrinkles in his forehead. When he talks, nothing moves except his mouth. And then, you know, it's a lot of pictures that show where they like kind of messed up and showed where the mask meets the neck area.
Yeah.
So
see that.
There's like numerous people playing Biden, I believe anyway. So I think once you get to a certain level, they all know this is happening. They plan it. I mean, it's just like we can watch a movie and we can see how, you know, they have a politician that's running, then they have their team behind them trying to think of the best things, you know, take pictures with babies and this and that. This is just that on steroids. You know what I mean? This is that kind of thing on a whole next level that the majority of people can't fathom. Like, if you go out here and just start talking to somebody at the grocery store, I actually have. And last night I went out to the gas station late night, get me a payday bar, and the guys up there, they're all from Africa and stuff, and they're real cool dudes. And I mentioned this to them. I said, man, that's all theater. And they was hip to it too. They all agreed. It was like, yep, 100%. So I think it's more people out here than it used to be that are kind of like getting hip to this stuff, man.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah, look at that. Tyson's bite is more dangerous than that gun.
Right.
No way, Chief. Oh,
I might have to make a meme out of that.
Tyson
Damn.
Trump. Tyson Trump.
That is a meme. Spot on.
He said the bite is harder than the what? Yo. Oh shit.
Even the pain, look, even his pain is more than the bullet.
Yo.
Yeah. Good shout that.
That's cold.
Yeah.
That's
Good shout
cold.
that.
Oh
Dang.
my God.
London. That's a good one right there.
There you go.
Dang.
Jeez.
Compared to what? Compared to what?
Oh, come on, man.
Trump will knock Evander and Tyson out. You can tell.
I'm telling you right now that no bullet can like just leave a man with like a little bit of like scratch on his ear, or even if it flicked something. Come on. If you know anything about firearms, that's not how it works. Hey, but real quick, I'm a bit older than probably all of you, and the one thing I was going to university when Ronald Reagan was shot. This goes back to March 30 of 1981, and so at the time it's like everybody, it was an assassination attempt, kind of like this. But I mean, he literally, they claimed he was shot truly in his body, and had a Secret Service agent that took a bullet, and there's video, you can go back and look at it, where they shoved him into the limo and rushed him off. But but the thing about it is, we all know Ronald Reagan was an actor, from the 40s and 50s and 60s.
You said March 30th?
March 30, 1981.
That's 33 right there.
Yeah, there you go. Of course it is. And so, but so, the thing about it is he was so with it after that, like, and he dismissed the whole thing, that he made jokes. Like, he made a joke when the first lady arrived at the hospital, they claimed that, he said, "Honey, I forgot to duck," was his one liner and then to surgeons, when he entered the operating room, he said, "Please tell me you're Republicans." So these things are like just set up for politicians to sort of like become, the Superman who overcomes kryptonite, or like, hey, we need to rally around this person, like,
exactly.
Look at what he just went through. Like, we how could you not support this person? Like, it's rally. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no. You
think
get
about it. How it's Trump's main base supporters. It's in one word, it would be patriots. So what is more patriotic than taking a bullet for your country?
Yeah. And not,
you know what I mean? That's the top of the totem pole.
Like, I have to admit, if I was Trump and I was shot at one of these rallies, I'd be like, look, I'm out. You people are crazy motherfuckers. What am I doing? This is insane. But here he is, like, no, I'm going to do this. I'm, long in the tooth, getting close to 80 himself. This guy's no spring chicken. And like, it's, so that's how that's how it's just a charade. It's just,
and like, I think you said it earlier, like, it wasn't like, how do you know it wasn't multiple shooters? So it was either you or Brother London said he was just open target at that point. And he's even telling him, hold on. He pops his little head up from the little circle like a turtle, puts his fist up and starts yelling stuff. How do you know that boop, the shot don't come right in between his eyes while he's doing that?
Yeah, if it was legit, you'd be on the ground until you got the all clear.
Yeah, exactly.
They just show London just showed a clip of the alleged suspect on the rooftop. Was that what that was supposed to be?
Yeah,
Correct.
where he was already taken out, and you just see.
So dude is dressed in all white like Storm Shadow of G.I. Joe. You telling me nobody noticed this man walking up to this event in all white Storm Shadow gear? Like,
yeah,
it didn't stand out to you.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Hey, London, real quick. You
Uh-huh.
know, you can love or hate him, but like RV has done 2 different videos on this thing. RV Truth, the fella that Notch, as we expected, because he's a pretty much instantly auto hoax on so many of these things, and but like one of them, he was just he pulled the second one that he did was about the so-called shooter, and he pointed out that this guy actually had acted in commercials. So it gets into the, like we said, actor-based reality all the way through, man.
This guy right here?
Yeah, the so-called shooter was in commercials.
Wow.
Shit.
What they call them chaos? What they call them? Crisis actors. Crisis.
Yeah.
Yes.
But at RV True, I you probably wouldn't want to play it, but like it was like, we knew if anybody's going to be on this like a freaking wetsuit or a cheap suit, it would be RV, because he's big into like pointing out like the fake shit. Yeah.
Not only that, Tizzle, right? Check this out now. Look, that is a platform that is saying, hey, snipers, come and land on me. Come and sit on me, snipers. You'd think they'd have people watching that spot right there, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
They would have people up there.
They would have said, they would have said, like, anybody that gets up on there, shoot them instantly.
Facts, all of that stuff.
And they would have had somebody up there. Like they literally
they would have
they
would have said, they would have had their guys up there, like,
exactly. That part right there, they would have had their people up there.
Absolutely.
But before these events happen, they go scope out the environment and they look for points like this. So that would be
they do. Yes,
exactly.
If they don't, then fire these people, because there's like, are you incompetent or what are you trying to do here? Like
even in them woods and stuff. Like they supposed to have people in the woods, all of that, man. Like this is just insane. It's insanity to think that this is like
the point that all of us need to like just let it sink in is like they do and they did have everybody where they wanted them to be. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't a surprise. It was actor based.
And one thing that stood out to me that reminded me so much of 9/11 when my wife first showed me the thing is the slogan now that I know he said it back in the day in his little show, but you're fired. And all I see is the sign, you're fired, and then gunshots are fired. That's the same thing as the little kid in the classroom with Bush when they're saying like plane hit.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, Chief. That was bizarre when they did the signs behind him before any of this happened. Like,
everywhere you look,
you're fired. And fired was in red. That's bizarre as shit, man.
Yeah. That's what it does is like something like the video that London played. It's sigil magic. So what it does is it doesn't go to your conscious mind; it goes to your subconscious. So like I
believe that 100%. Yeah, go ahead.
You don't even really know that it's like working on you. You're like, yeah, right. Like you might not even notice this, but it's subconsciously playing a role. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. And then, what's really weird is like we were over on Nachikita's channel, I guess last evening when this all kind of transpired, and like, oh, there's this one conservative, alternative news YouTube channel that a lot of people kind of like look at because they're more like, anti all the medical stuff that happened in the last 4 years, and it's like, oh, okay, so they pull us in with that, and then they're covering this.
Mm-hmm.
And they point out all the fuckery of all this the big pharma and all these other things. Like, well, they're very skeptical, like, well, that can't be right, and blah blah blah. And then when they covering this, like they completely shut down any questions like, hey, I don't know that this was actually, you know, a legitimate thing that went on. They just kind of shut it down immediately and said, like, yeah, you think they're going to hire some sniper to just, like, you know,
they're gatekeepers.
Yeah,
They're basically what it is. They're like Russell Brand, people like that, Terrence Howard, Cat Williams, people like that. They give you just enough truth to make you think that, hey, this guy's really, they're really letting it out. They're letting the cat out the bag. But when it comes to, then they can funnel you more easily when something like this happens.
Sure. And then when they get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, like, oh, okay, I get it. You know, your bread and butter, you know, you make your bread and butter by, like, catering to this, you know, this wing of politics. And if you were to ever go against this, you know, you'd be like, your channel would be destroyed. You'd have no money. You know, okay, I get it. Okay. Is that where you're coming from? Gotcha. Truth doesn't really matter.
Alex Jones is another one. Everyone thinks that everything comes off of his show is like 100%. Like, he's another gatekeeper. He's another one.
That was really bizarre, though. I mean, honestly, not a surprise. Just like, holy shit.
Yeah, brother London, I'm going to use that Evander Holyfield thing if you don't mind, brother. I'll give you a shout out on it. But I'm gonna make a little
Keith,
meme.
Make that meme, man. That's you. You came up with it.
I think they hit him because the guy he looks dead.
Following all these
people are standing around like they're drinking beer and you know, eating.
President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, was slightly wounded in the right ear, but we're told by his campaign, by his family, that he's doing fine. Authorities say the shots were fired from a rooftop adjacent to the venue, from 200 to 300 yards away. 8 rounds fired from an AR-style rifle. That information just reported.
We're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees out there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right?
Oh my God!
But we could hear him, so we walked up.
Hold on.
God, where's this coming from?
He got shot.
Is that real hair or is that a fake hat?
That's fake. It's one of those fake hats.
They're even starting to look like Trump.
Oh my gosh,
bro!
Is he one of the eyewitnesses?
The dude on the top of the building was wearing all white and didn't have no blood or nothing on it. He's just laying there chilling, perfect white suit.
No, man, that's not real. Look at that hair to his bed, bro.
It's
that
fake.
Like a real bed.
That's one of those, like, you know, visors that has the fake hair on top. He's probably bald.
It has to be, bro.
That's rubbing it in faces even more. Like, you dummies. Like, look, we'll even put a clown wig person on here to talk.
Yeah. We got Ronald McDonald here to explain what happened.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Ross Abbott used to wear one, didn't he? Ross Abbott.
Who's that?
Wow. Ross Abbott, maybe back in the 90s.
I can't remember him.
Ross Abbott. He's a Scottish fella, and he had a hat just like that.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I know who you're talking now. Yes. Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
So,
what is this guy saying? Is he an eyewitness?
Let me hear him.
Yeah, play it. Make it full screen.
Yeah, cool. Got you.
Look at the
play it
building.
right from the beginning. Just play it right from the beginning.
5 to 7.
You can see the guy there.
There he is. Blood everywhere.
I think they hit him because the guy he looks dead.
We're following all of these major developments after the shooting at a campaign rally. Former President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, was slightly wounded in the right ear, but we're told by his campaign, by his family, that he's doing fine. Authorities say the shots were fired from a rooftop adjacent to the venue, some 200 to 300 yards away. 8 rounds fired from an AR-style rifle. That information just reported.
We're going to walk up.
So an AR will pierce
there, shade, and listen to the rally. Right, we couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea. But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us. 50 feet of us. So we're standing there, we're pointing up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, oh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey,
it was staged, dummy.
We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him. 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling
no blood on his arms.
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time we were standing by that tree. Binoculars.
Did they see him?
Probably not. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Yes.
Good question.
My question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not on every building here?
Boom.
Bunch of questions. They're going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Brother London.
Yes, sir.
While he was talking, they showed a clip with the the good guy snipers, literally set up adjacent, parallel to the building that the other guy was on. So they're got a scope looking directly the other direction where the guy was at. Come on, man. This is crazy, yeah.
This is classic. This is classic where, you've got an event, and then you bring in another, player who's pointing out how could this be, but he clearly that dude clearly looked like he was, plugged in, already talking to BBC. And so this will create controversy, conspiracy that'll go on and on and on, rabbit hole after rabbit hole. You can research and look at videos. And
hold on, is that one black man right behind the Trump podium with the hat on? Is maybe was they aiming for him and not Trump?
Yeah, maybe
Wow.
It could be
the black man in the crowd, get him.
Trump stood in front of the bullet and saved that one black man's life. That's the head.
Yeah, they're in Pennsylvania. The only black guy.
Riddle me this. Who's this guy with the royalty shirt on? He don't look phased at all.
Where at?
With the purple. You see with the purple, this guy here to the right. Who's that guy?
He's walking towards everything.
There you go.
Let me check this out, man. I was in the Navy 40 years ago.
What about this one? See this? The guy, as we're looking at it, to the left of the podium, Trump, with a black pork pie hat on. When the video shows, you watch him. When the video plays, you watch that fella. You want to play. You want to have a flash at that.
I'm gonna hit play.
Let's do it.
There ain't much left of it.
Who was there, who says he saw a man.
He's unfazed. Why are so many people unfazed? Are they bad actors or something? What's going on? Don't no one care for their life? Didn't anyone see what happened to the Kennedy man?
Play it.
Look at the guy in the white shirt stood up right there.
Cool. Let's keep going.
Stood up.
Hold on. That ain't Kanye West there with the red hat, is it?
Bob, we have that video. Let's play it right now.
To me, as you're trying to figure out if you're okay, what's going on, was he shot, was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, let me grab my shoes as they tried to take him off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened.
Oh.
A tragic moment in this country. I mean, not only do we have this act of political violence, we have bystanders, people out there just exercising their right to support a candidate, potentially shot and killed. What are you feeling at this time?
36.
It's all about the feelings. It's all about the feelings.
I mean, first of all, I'm embarrassed for my community that this happened here. I am disgusted and sad that somebody actually lost their life as a result of this. Unfortunately, it appears to be just almost, I don't want to say a microcosm, but the state of our country, where we are right now and how divided we are, and we resort to something like this to...
No blood on that white shirt. It is pristine clean.
And that comes...
Hey, the blood looked dry already. It looked dry within seconds.
Right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country.
He's pointing over.
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look what happened.
He's looking that way, y'all. What's the odds of him having the whole thing looking the way that the shots came from?
Oh my gosh, is this it?
Move his spear. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go.
Nobody.
You ready?
I can't believe I'm watching this.
Okay, we are watching live at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage. There has been some kind of disturbance.
Oh, shit. Oh, no, they didn't. Hold on a second. Look. Is this what it's come to?
That's crazy, yeah.
Hold it. Here, London, rewind it about a minute. Rewind it to the beginning of this report. Now have a look at the top left-hand corner. Butler, PA, live, 9:11 p.m. ET, 9:11. Sorry, 6:11. Spin that around.
Of course.
That was
exactly. I see where you're going with it. Definitely.
Right.
Yeah.
Good job.
Butler, PA is north of
and you know what else you got as well?
Oh, go ahead.
Look what else you got, right? You got the lens dislocated. Remember, if the lens dislocated, the spiral, the 6 or the 9, right? And then you got the 2 towers, right? The projection. You know when they show you the
you're fired.
What's that thing called? The Freemason sign when it's got the eye with the 2 pillars.
Oh yeah.
Right. But Jackie Mamboa and something like that. What? Let me see it. Hold on, because that was wild.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Oh God! Come on. Shooting from the side. Shooting from the side, and he just happened to turn to the side.
Yeah, hold on, that one ran back though. But look, this guy ran back. Watch this guy over here. He runs up the stairs. Look at him. Look at him. To the right. Look, he runs away. He's supposed to run and protect.
What's
President.
the
Stand away from it.
crowd looking at that happened?
Like this one there. It's pointing that way, then they run over that way. This is a real life Truman.
How are you feeling at this time?
Look, this is a real life Truman show.
He even said the words "look." He was saying "look."
Potentially shot.
Yeah, why is he saying look? How many yards can that motherfucker see? He said, look, the whole crowd 200 yards away. He's like, look, 200 yards away over there, right up on top of the mountain over there. Yeah, 200 yards away. Yeah, 131036.
Yeah, I was just looking at that exactly as you said it. That was going through my mind. The connotations of 13136, 6 threes. I don't know. There might be a bit more to the plate.
Yeah, where's the too much here?
And they said
London.
I'm sorry.
Say that again.
Can you find that? See if there's a picture of the full license plate of that there in the video. Maybe wind it back about 10 seconds.
Another thing, they said the shooter's last name was Lavender or Violet or something. Violet?
No, the shooter's last name was Crooks.
Oh, it was Crooks?
Crooks.
I thought they said it was Violet or something.
Yeah, where did they get lavender from? I heard something lavender.
Yeah, and the guy that was in the picture, the one that was standing up walking towards everyone, he had like a violet lavender shirt on.
Oh, yes, that's what the connection was. Yeah, something like that. Violet lavender, yeah.
What's this for?
You know, think about this. If you're having this rally in Western Pennsylvania, why would you have it in like some no-name area, Butler, which is north of Pittsburgh? Why wouldn't you have it in Pittsburgh? Why wouldn't you have it like, you know, in a major city? It's because we can't pull this off unless we have it in this remote-ish, you know,
good point,
bumfuck area of Pennsylvania.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
I mean,
we got to talk about this.
The red hair Afro man saw it. Yeah, he saw it. So, like, he needs to get a job with the White House and stuff because, you know, he saw everything.
Yeah. He snitched. He told the whole game. Look, you got Trump in reverse back here. A Trump in reverse.
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. What is it? Is that a water tower back there, right? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally a rural, you know, what?
Yeah,
How
you
is
can
it even there. You know, come on.
Buildings. Like, that's like old-fashioned building styles and stuff, like little barn stores.
Almost like a fairground or some, you know, weird area.
I see something else back here. I see the rod, right? The halo canal going up to the eye with the you can see the how would you call it? The muscles on the corners of the eye, right? That's exactly like how an eye is.
London always catch that.
Always catch that.
But look at all the structures around there. They all have the V-style roofing where like you could see anybody. The one building that was like flat, like didn't have nobody looking at it or nothing.
Got the pyramids as well. Look, the inverted pyramid in between it as well. Got the inverted pyramid in between it, in between the two. Right, that makes like the inverted. Because look, oh shit, there's truncated pyramid. Fuck. Okay, the reverse truncated pyramid. With the eye, with the rod. Oh shit, I see what's going on here.
The two pyramids and the one small one.
Yeah, right in the middle here. It's got the white one. The white part makes up a pyramid itself. The two square bits, the darker parts, is the pyramid. But it's the white one you got to focus on because it's inverted.
Mm-hmm.
It's inverted. That's why I said, look, Trump in reverse, right? Trump in reverse, and you got the inverted pyramid with the eye, with
looks
the rod.
a little bit like the star of Remphan.
What flags are these? That's the American flag, and what's this one back here?
I don't know. It look like it got a bleach stain on it or something. I don't know what that is. Maybe one of the bullets went through there.
Yeah. He's in a bleach stain.
Yo, so a AR style rifle, it said it pierced his ear. Pierced means it went through. It didn't say grazed. Grazed means it just nipped it. Pierced means it went through the ear. That's what it said on the headline. From an AR rifle, you know how big the bullets are? Like almost as big as your pinky.
It's almost like this, right?
Those bullets are huge. Come on.
Yeah, they're like the size of your pinky, and it pierced his ear.
Even if it was a 22, I'd be like, okay, possibly, but like anything more than that, come on. 38, 357.
Anything, bro.
Anything.
Maybe it was a sound. Maybe it was the sound of the bullet as it whizzed past his ear, just made his ear bleed. Simple as that. So it was like a sonic boom. That sort of tried to blow his brain out.
It would have splattered blood all over his hair.
Hey, here's something.
A sonic boom. A sonic boom. It doesn't have to touch his ear. All it got to do is go so close to his ear that it sucks out with the vacuum force behind the bullet. Boom, that's where the blood's come from. He's just got a bleeding ear.
Very good point.
Hey, look at this title read. President Donald Trump, renowned TV, radio sex therapist.
What?
No way.
Yeah, he is all this. Look at the shooter's arm, right? He got like a little thin coat of dried up blood already. It's not still leaking out of him because they like lit him up. They'll light up a black person in America for not having a license and insurance more than that.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, guys. You may not realize, but like on 9/11, there was an airplane that supposedly crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which is also not that far from Pittsburgh. So
yeah, it's in the Pocono Mountains.
Well, it's maybe on the other. The Poconos, I think, are further east.
Yeah, it's on the west. Yeah.
So, but so between Shanksville and that, and then here, it's almost like, the
like a staging ground.
The view that like around Pittsburgh, and given the demographic of mostly like white rednecks of Pennsylvania, you go further east, and they're very liberal, but you go in the center of Pennsylvania and certainly around Pittsburgh, they're very more conservative. Deer hunting and all that kind of stuff, which I'm not shitting on that. I'm just saying, I'm just like, making a point. But like, yeah, so what is going on that we must do these staged things, in and around Pittsburgh, but not involving Pittsburgh?
The good old boys. Good old boys.
Yeah.
Because if you go any further west from that location, then you're going into like the country areas of Kentucky
and going to Ohio.
Yeah,
you're in Ohio at that point. Definitely.
Yeah, it's like you said earlier. It's a perfect area for a staging ground, like a fairground. That's what it was.
Hold on, let's go back to see where's the thing that they showed us. Where's the okay? Let's go back.
I love his hair, man. I need one of those hats.
Yeah, that hair is wild. Look, so Trump all the way over here, right? Look where Trump is in the blue. The shooter's over here, and he's like, look, I see him over there. Oh, beyond the hills, beyond the trees, beyond. Look. How the fuck? Trump?
There's no way that the Secret Service wouldn't have like shut down that entire facility over there.
Exactly. No one would have been able to get in there.
It's ridiculous.
Look, check this out. You see this car park? That would have been nothing but CIA and government.
Yeah,
that's right.
They would have been on them like incredible. Like, what the fuck are you doing here, dude?
It's called sealing the perimeter. They would have sealed the perimeter all the way around.
Look how close that is. Yeah, come on.
Which direction was the blue dot Trump facing? Was he facing away from those buildings? Was he? Presumably.
He was looking straight. So when he told the whole crowd to look to the right, he was pointing towards where the shooter is. They were all looking that way.
They were looking at a billboard or something, or a projection of statistics. That was what he was referring to, wasn't it?
Yes.
He was referring to immigration statistics, and he was pointing at presumably a massive screen. I'm not seeing pictures of it actually. It's just a screen with a projection of the statistics, like a graph of something to do with immigration. That was what he was on about at that specific time, or prior to that specific time. So that's what he was pointing at. But if he was shot, if he was facing away from those buildings, the shooter was on his right, would the bullet not have just gone straight through his head?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. They would have went through his head.
Yeah, okay. So I've confirmed our suspicion then that possibly it's something else. See, I think there's enough time between him going down with no blood, not even on his hand, because he put his hand against his ear, to the point where he actually rose up from the depths of death and covered in blood that was illogically splattered.
Let me ask you a question. What the hell was this guy doing way over there when the crowd wasn't even that big? What's he doing hanging out over there by them buildings?
Yeah, that's a good question. And what were the dudes that were just like that you could see like in the foreground when they were filming the shooter, you know, deceased supposedly up on the top of the building? Yeah, they just looked like they were mulling around like where can we get funnel cake? You know, any hot dogs over here? Beer here? You know,
can I just say a minute? There are quite a few other reports of people that were actually at the stadium that could see him. So I haven't watched too many. I might have watched about 4 videos to do with this. This was the best one for clarity that I found. But for the other ones, if you wanted to do a search just for witnesses to the shooters on the roof, there's quite a few. I might have seen about 3 or 4, all different, all reasonably credible, I guess, and up for scrutiny. Just that had evidence to our final decision before we move on. Really? Yeah. So it's not just that guy with the Russ Abbott hat on.
So now think about this. We've discussed like the whole event itself. Now let's look forward. What is this going to fuel moving forward? Think about that, because that's what this is truly about. It's not just about this event. It's a chess move. So what is this? What's going to be the repercussions of this moving forward? It's going to push forward that Agenda 2025, that militarized police state, because now an attempt has been made on his life already. So
is that a question?
I mean, yeah, it's to everyone. I would like any input at all. What do you guys?
I would say like you've got here's a Republican candidate, former president, running for president currently, and his base is all about the right to bear arms, and there should be very minimal restrictions on that. So all of a sudden he gets attacked like this. So it could be where he says, hey, you all understand, I got shot, for you all. We need to clamp down on guns.
What are you? Oh, that sounds familiar. It sounds like another story I heard before.
Very good point.
That
Is this
sounds like
Donald? Is this do you mean Donald Trump campaigning for guns?
Hey,
Against
look.
guns?
Hey, check this out, right? This is my man S, right? He sent me this. This is a image of the roof from Google's, you know, where the shooter apparently was. In the message, it said the roof's got a slope. It's got a bit of a slope. So where exactly was this guy on the roof? I don't know, but this is it from Google Images, where he was. Look at this facility. How did they not have this surrounded? Like, look at this. It's almost like a Fort Knox type of style, like a security place or something. Look at the type of doors it's got. It's like a federal place. The doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Isn't it?
And what exactly was he crawling up? That one, the red hair guy said he's seen him crawling up. Like the whole thing just seems like a farce. It's just, you know, but moving forward with the energy of the people now, his you know, baseline supporters, I think this is going to instill a violent spirit in them, retaliation spirit, and this is to make people, because he
Silence gone.
He bored out.
You know, the savior. So, like, this is going to instill a violent spirit in a lot of people in America, and, you know, like a civil war type thing, man. And that is going to allow that FEMA boots on the ground military state to that martial law.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did say that earlier. I was like, hey, has it not been in play yet? I thought by the time this happened, you know, things would have been put in place, really. Like curfew, everyone off the roads, you know, that type of stuff. But maybe, who knows? I hope it's not that, but I don't know, man. We're living in terrible times right now.
I think Trump's response, whenever he actually makes an official response to it, is going to be quite telling, really. Because there has actually needs to be, it's part of an agenda without a doubt, you know, just by the nature of my profession as a conspiracy theorist. I have to think that. But, you know, it's how he responds to it, because he might, you know, where he stands on guns now, as I understand it, is he's all for your right to bear arms. Will he change on that? Will he do the thing which is say, well, it's not the gun that killed the person, it was the person that tried to kill me?
Exactly.
So there needs to be, I think a lot of our decisions need to be made on how he responds to think what direction it might go in.
Yeah.
Whether it's just a little stepping stone for all like world chaos, or it won't be world chaos, or it'll be an American chaos.
I mean, I have thought about that. Even, you know, earlier on today, I did mention something like that. Like, what will that take? Would that be the one that remove people's firearms, or is it just going to get more restricted? People with firearms now.
So if this is a motive to ban firearms, then you pretty much know that that's what it is. Whereas if he comes out as a Christian, just a Christian, and says, well, you know, these things happen, I forgive him. You know, I'm just plucking stuff out of the air, you know, but based on two of the things that he's promoted as being. One is like a righteous Christian to a degree, or trying, like we all are. You know, I think the important thing is that not dwell on it too much, but just see how he responds would be the interesting thing. And the fact that Joe Biden's almost dead anyway, career-wise. Yeah. So it'll be quite an interesting little episode, let's say. You know, why people tune into programs like Coronation Street and EastEnders, when all they got to do is swallow a truth pill and watch real life, really. Done by actors, of course, but the plots are far more interesting. Yeah. But I think you should do a follow-up of this, London. Once,
again?
maybe in some time midweek or so, when Trump's reaction is banged out there.
All those shots and nobody else got hit. Like you pretty much can't miss at that point. You know, when it's people set up like that. But you clip a ear that Evander Mike Tyson, you know, did more damage than AR. And they said one other person got hit. They said 8 shots were fired, but like
one person did die. They reported one person did die. One person was injured.
Serious?
So Trump moving forward, he's gonna have to have some kind of scar or something on his ear the rest of the time he's in public. So watch moving forward when they finally reveal it, he's probably gonna have like a big hole or scar or like stitches or something, and that wasn't even there like when it happened. Like it's gonna be worse afterwards when they like reveal it, when it's healing up and things like that. Watch, you'll see.
You'll get one of those hats with a load of hair sticking out the bottom of it and the top that covers his ears.
I'm surprised if the Democrats don't come out with like something with like these big ears they start wearing. Like
See, if anybody was going to get shot in the ear, it would have been Barack Obama, surely.
Hey, let's change up the pace a bit. I wanna throw something on real quick. Hey, salutes to the grand old chat room. Much love. You know, we were just shooting the shit with what's his name? Trumpy boy, right? You know that ain't really our vibe, but you know, we just like to just shoot the shit from time to time, see what's really going on. We already aware it's a big Truman show, right? But this is what we're here for, right? It's what we're really here for.
It's quite a pivotal move, mind, isn't it? It's quite a pivotal move because it makes you think, well, you know, prepare for the worst.
Facts.
Yeah.
You know, because everything's leading, obviously, everything's leading like that little yellow brick road there. Everything's leading to a pinpoint.
Journey down the yellow brick road has brought me to a strange place called Nashville. The cityscape is littered with symbols and clues for an eye that can see. Here's just a few things I'll be presenting in today's video.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's neat.
Hold on a second, because I need that picture. 1 second. Thank you.
That's basically like they're showing like the Vajra kind of like in a different way. That has to do with the pole star.
You know what? Go on, keep going. I'll go after you. Keep going, bro.
They say the pole star during the changeover events, when the little hole on top of the dome opens, they say that the pole star actually is like a red nebula that has 3 interlocking pyramid structures with an eye that is separated like a vesicle Pisces, and that's where these elites get that symbolism from this changeover event. And you know, like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Vajra. It's from the Hindus, call it the Vajra. It's like a symbolism. But that's what that reminds me of, a lot of that stuff that was just shown.
Yeah, no, you're on point still. You're on point. I wonder did you manage to catch my my, how would you call it, my thing that I put together the other day, my little documentary thing?
Nah, I got your email. I just been real busy, brother. I'll take a look probably when we get over here.
No, I'm gonna play it for you now, because what they're showing us there, that thing, apparently, like, they said it was like a beam accelerator, like it's used for smashing atoms, basically. Right? They use it for certain things, but there's something that I put together, right? Is it in this one?
To do with anything with like the red mercury and things?
Can I say mercury? Not so much mercury. It's more of like the crystal side of stuff we've been looking into.
Okay.
And yeah, more of the crystals and atoms that I've been looking into. But devices that they've been showing to do with destruction, right? So let's have a look at this. Because you ain't seen it, we're gonna have a look. Oops, 1 second. Oh, where are we?
In this video, we're going to talk about a typical lens practical that you can have in the lab. As you can see from the diagram, you have a lamp on the left hand side, usually comes in the form of torchlight, then followed by a illuminated cross wire, then followed by a lens, and then a screen on the right hand side for the real image to be formed. So you can see here, these are the typical apparatus that you have in the lab, and be mindful that the zero marking of the ruler is aligned to the illuminated crosswire in this case. So as mentioned, the lamp usually comes in the form of torchlight, and then for this experiment, the crosswire is on the cupboard, and you can see that there are two physical wires at 90 degrees to each other. Some crosswire can be on the torchlight itself, and followed by the lens, and then followed by the screen. And in this experiment, you are told that the independent variable, the screen, is 90 degrees from the crosswire. So you set that, and then after which you are told to move the lens slowly away from the crosswire, and then until you get the sharp image form on the screen. This is another view. So you move the lens slowly away from the crosswire, and at all times look at the screen. If everything is aligned properly, you will be able to see a sharp image of the crosswire on the screen. Okay, that's the case. But take note, there's a technique in identifying the sharpest image. So as you move the lens forward until you kind of see the sharp image form, but don't stop there, continue to move the lens forward until it's blurred again, then you slowly adjust back, move it back until to your best judgment that is the sharpest image. So as you know that the distance UA and UB is measured from the center of the lens. So once you identify the sharpest image, you're supposed to read the black marking here, in this case 22.0 cm, following the precision of the ruler. So this is UA, and you record that down. In theory, that will be where the object is placed between F and 2F. You get a real inverted.
Yo.
You see how he just showed that the most focused image was between like 22 and like 24, around at 25. That that's actually what they say. The tilt of the axis of the Earth variates when we have a different pole star. It stays between 22 and about 25. So that's just a little fact to add.
Okay. There you go. That's why you're here, my brother. Respect for that. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Unified image. Next, the instruction tells you to move the lens away from the screen this time round, and you will form a different kind of image. It's still real, it's still inverted, but it's diminished, smaller. So I reduce the exposure. You can see that there's a cross wire, that's a sharpest image. Okay, so that will be your UB. And from theory, you know that this is the case where the object, the cross wire, is more than 2f from the lens. And that's why you get a real inverted diminished image. So once you get the first set of reading, you can proceed to get other set of readings depending on the independent variables.
Here is the word crystal. Let's break that down. Really leaving AL at the end. Christ. Christ al. Or is it Christ al? Al is another form of EL, which is godly. So he's saying crystal means Christ, God. Now you see why it's so influential and why I love talking about this topic. Crystal means Christ, God. So crystal means Christ, God. That Dr. Oshman believes we are living crystal. And according to Genesis 1:27, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them.
Brother London.
So crystal means.
If I can, I don't want to keep. I just want to
No,
add.
keep doing it. Keep adding it. Keep adding it, bro. That's what you're here for. Keep going.
On the other, the thing that he was showing. If another thing I noticed was the length that he had in between both of the end to end was 90 inches. Well, the firmament is half of a circle, which is 180. So 90 will be the direct top of the dome. So that up. So from point A to point B, when he was doing that experiment, that's literally it would be from the ground or the black sun or whatever, the northern lights, Mount Meru to the very top of the dome. That's 90 straight up, 90-degree angle. So that for that experiment, and for what was just said about the crystal, Christ is also the crest, or what crushed, where the energy is crushed, the light is crushed, the crest, the middle point where the light comes through and then is emanated outward. So the crystal is, like the eye, how the eye is, and the light comes into it and then emanates out. So the Christ or the crest or where it's crushed, the light is crushed together and then comes out is literally the middle of the toroid field.
I can dig that. Right in the middle. Yeah, that's where the cross is the X. Right in the middle. Okay. Christ, cross, crystal. Good stuff.
Christ, God. God is crystal.
Yeah.
And amongst many other things, and he created us in his image. So aren't we not crystal? I've showed you how much percentage is crystal. Just gets you thinking, and that's all I want to do is to help people to think and look at topics sometimes they might not look at and think, that's not interesting. Well, I'm showing you that crystal is more than what we're led to believe. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament.
Pause it. Go back a second.
From the waters. And God made.
Now, down here, right, there's some writings down here. Now, when I went and checked it out, right, this one over here, it was like Uri, that was like princess. That meant woman, princess. And over here, orbis is off the eye. That's the eye. Orbi, that's the eye. It's telling you it's the eye. So that's pretty interesting. I've been coming across a lot of correlations on these maps and places, and when I reverse the meaning of it, it always comes up with a female meaning.
Also, yes, you're right. It always goes back to the feminine energy. Always, every time. That will be, as far as you can go back, that will be the beginning. Also, something I noticed in this particular image is you see the red. How the person in the red got red hair in red garments is actually reaching outside of the firmament. Well, that's the red wave. That the red light is the lowest, longest wave. So maybe that's correlation to, they know that the low, long wave can actually, that energy can go outside of the firmament. That might be something to look into.
Oh, okay, so check me out. Do you think that's another way of saying infrared?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think
yes.
I think that the moon is the X-ray, or the reflections, the negative reflection of the solar system, right? So you remember the old cameras, you would have a negative film. It would be real small. And then when you go get it developed, it will come back a big picture with colors and lights and all this. But your negative version was small and only it was inverted, and it was no color or nothing. That's the moon. It's a small negative film up in the sky that has the whole solar system. But the positive, the developed film is the rest of the firmament. It has color, the stars reflection. It's the colorful picture, the film that got developed. But guess how they develop film? With red light.
Okay. Yes, they do. That's why they talk about when they're taking, show you images of this space and everything. Everything's infrared or X-ray. Right. That is the emissions that they use to see far infrared. Right. Into space. So yeah, red and blue. Okay, interesting. Let's keep going.
The firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. It's a mouthful, I know, but it's Genesis. And it was so, and God called the firmament heaven. Here's something else that I found that you might all have seen by Flavius Josephus. After this, on the second day, he placed the heaven over the whole world and separated it from the other parts, and he determined it should stand by itself. He also placed a crystalline firmament around it and put it together in a manner agreeable to the earth, and fitted it for giving moisture and rain and affording the adventure of dews. No, this is liquid crystal. Tell me, doesn't it look like stars in the sky? This liquid crystal is being stimulated by electricity, basically like the world we live in. It is all electromagnetism. Liquid DNA.
So he said that was crystal being hit with I think he said electromagnetic activity, I guess, the liquid crystal.
Yes.
So just like in the Bible, it says that the sky is going to will fold back like a scroll, like rolling up. So that would probably mean that the electromagnetic activity is shut off, and that's when the sky is rolled back. because it's a lack of electromagnetic activity. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Wow. Do you know what? I know exactly what they mean by that. Listen, me and you need to speak off YouTube, bro. When you just said that to me, right, I came across something literally a few hours before I went live, right, to do with the eye. And I was trying to remember something somebody said to me, but I couldn't pull it how they said it. And what you just said is what I witnessed today, right? So we need to talk offline, brother.
Sure, for sure.
And exactly what they're talking about. Wowzers, that's fucking crazy. The Bibles have got gems in it. Jesus Christ, yo,
yeah,
yo, that's wild. That's why you're here, brother. I swear to God, that is crazy. Say no more. Let's keep going. Jesus Christ.
Look at the colours.
No, actually, forget that. When the panel closes, just make sure you stay on. Yeah, so I don't lose you tonight. All right. Cool. Let's keep going.
This is a star, by the way. It's like looking at liquid crystal. You just saw all of the images, the video clips of crystal and DNA. It is just looking identical. Now, if you're looking at this, what also reminds you of liquid crystal? Yep, I've been saying it for many years. The Northern Lights, or the Aurora Borealis, as it is known to me, is liquid crystal. It's like looking at a TV screen. And obviously with electromagnetism and electrics, hitting the gases, it creates this pan. But have a look at liquid crystal in the glass reacting to temperature change, hot and cold. Tell me that's not what we see in the sky. And from the touch, it's just like what I've been describing for many years, that it's all one liquid crystal.
Earth, the heart of the cosmos. Just as the unknown author of De Imago Mundi had worked out his scheme of the universe on the image of the cosmic egg, John Portage, an Englishman of the 17th century, developed his mystical theory of the archetypous globe as the cosmic heart, wherein the Holy Trinity do manifest themselves, as in a clear crystalline glass or mirror. In it, he discerned three distinct places: the outward court, the inward court, or holy place, and the inmost court, or the abysmal eye in the center of the heart of God, which essential eye of God, looking into itself, and finding nothing besides itself, by dilating itself, gives a beginning and an end to itself, which beginning and entering into, and joining with one another do constitute and form the globe of eternity. For the eye, turning itself inwards into itself, comes to know itself, and to see, feel, and taste itself, and if it look outward, it sees nothing but itself neither. Because as the eye is God, so is the globe nothing but the dilation of the eye. For the natural formation of a globe or sphere is by the centers dilating and expanding of itself, a circumference being nothing else but a center dilated, wherein the Holy Trinity do manifest themselves, as in a clear crystalline glass or mirror.
The lens floating on the vitreous. One passage may require some explanation, even though it has never been cited by historians as suggesting a central lens. Galen wrote that the union of the retina and lens forms a perfect circle because, when this insertion is made from all sides into the middle equator of the crystalline body, a circle necessarily results. This is the largest circle on the crystalline body and divides it into two parts. Galen added, it was reasonable too to keep the vitreous humor from passing forward at the same circle, so that thanks to it the crystalline humor rests in the midst of the vitreous like a sphere cut in 47½ in water. Here, Galen is indicating that the junction of the lens equator and retina, i.e., the lens zonules, holds the vitreous posteriorly. This junction allows the lens to rest in the vitreous in the same manner as a sphere floating in water, so that the posterior half of the lens is submerged in the vitreous, while the anterior half of the lens is anterior to the vitreous. As the implantations of which we just spoke are everywhere around the middle circumference of the crystalline, which is round, it necessarily results in the formation of a perfect circle, and this circle is the greatest circle of the crystalline, and divides it, consequently, into 2 equal parts. It is reasonable to prevent, at the level of this circle, the vitreous humor from advancing, a provision which makes the crystalline float in the middle on this humor, like a sphere cut in 2 by water. The authors compare the lens, floating, on the vitreous to a sphere floating on water, with the waterline dividing the sphere, i.e., the lens, in 2.
What is God Almighty's then and there? I looked at, he drinks, and it is the city of the prophet. May God's prayers and peace be upon him, for a long time to come. And there is his grave. May God bless him and grant him peace, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, is not here. It is a very beautiful city, with level ground and walls. It has been completed, and I say it, many palm trees, and it has been filled with goodness, sweetness, and its water. Water snail. And Kermanzara and what? Move the kiss. If it rises, it will be in the desert of flight. Be on the eye and sclera support. 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 Be on the eye and sclera support.
سمع الله لمن حمده.
Oh, you got booted. Yo, you back?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes my Wi-Fi be acting up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It happens. It happens. But yeah, that was something I put together. There was a few gems in that. Even watching that back, right? Something I came across. Fucking wild. Even a few of the things that you said came to my attention as well.
Yeah, we definitely gonna have to chop it up because it's crazy how this is all. I mean, I'm used to it by now. Just from my walk and my journey, about following the Great Spirit and how everything always comes together. There's no coincidences. But I too have been. I didn't even know you were doing this past week, and this has been the material that I have been actually involved in as well. I did a video. I shared a video of an elder gentleman. I don't know if you have heard of him, Bill Donahue.
Yeah, I was watching him yesterday. There's a few
See,
things.
look at that, brother. That's all synchronicity right there. But I shared a video on there, and somebody had commented. I guess it's someone that that I think I met over here actually, and they've been checking out a lot of stuff on my YouTube page, and they made a comment in there. They said they wanted you. They think that you should see it. I don't know if what you have planned right now, what you're like, what you're moving to next, but
you know how
if
to
you
put it in the
want
back
to say it again.
You know how to put your stuff in the back chat. You know how to put the link in the chat in the private message back here.
I can try, but every time I try to do something, it always ends up knocking me out of there. I end up losing. Like I don't know why. I could if you want to check it out real quick, you could just go to my YouTube page and I can show you exactly what video, where to go to real quick.
Cool. Let me do that 1 second.
Yeah. A bit technical for me.
All right, I'm in. Let's have a look. See.
See if I remember.
Which one? Can you? Oh, you can't even see. Can you see? Yeah, you can. Mic check. Are you there, Steve?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear him? I can't hear him.
I can't hear him. I can hear you, though, London.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I wonder which one it is. You're muted if you're. Let me see if he's muted. Is he muted? No. Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Hey, London, you know I'm live streaming this to my channel as well.
Okay, wicked.
Yeah.
Wicked. Good man.
Well,
Good
for
man.
much of it, really. We've got a few friends come over. Got Chuck.
Oh, man.
I think he's come over. I got one that can see. That's his channel. That's Chuck there.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Chat, let's have a look. Where are they? I can't even. Okay. All right. I can. Oh, is that the? All right. Got you. Now I can see.
Yeah.
Yes, I see. All right. Wicked. Big up to that. Big up to the folks over at, Richard's place, joining us. Big up. Much love. Much love. Much love. That's what's up, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Provo in the building. What's happening, Provo? Said fresh dream. Fresh dream from Provo. I'll take that, Provo. I'll take that. Good stuff. You back with us now, Chief?
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, man, I don't know what be going on sometimes, man. I live on top of right next. Like I live on a big top of a lump of granite, and granite has a lot of magnetic, electric, electric activity. They got a granite mine over here where they be doing explosions and stuff. So I think it has a lot to do. It'd be like the signals be all crazy over here, the Wi-Fi be acting all wild, but I think it's a good thing for real. I be feeling like it creates a natural little protection from a lot of the parasitic waves of the 5G and all that.
But you know what? Actually, what got you
Okay,
lot here?
it's the video.
Hold on, 1 second. Hold on, Chief. 1 second. Let me, because I don't think Richard and his audience seen this one that I put together. Let them watch this first, and then we're gonna get straight into yours.
Okay.
Here we go.
Good morning. Let's turn to 1 Corinthians chapter 2 and just take that line, Christ crucified. So the chapter, 1 Corinthians chapter 2, begins with that famous line, I decided, it's very important, I decided to know nothing among you, you people who live in Corinth, except Jesus Christ and him crucified. And at the end of the chapter, he declares, we have the mind of Christ. And they're like bookends. And between them, they're both talking about what we can see and what we know and what we understand with the mind of Christ. I'm going to think in a Jesus-shaped way. Paul has this habit of, whenever he mentions the cross, of linking it with the terminology of seeing, knowing, changing the mind, and transformation. And he speaks of the cross in order to speak about what can be understood in the world, in reality. It's a little bit like, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, sitting in the optician's chair. and the optician is doing that little trick with the lenses, and he says, "Now it's all going to go blurry now," and then it all is going to swivel it around, and it all comes clear, and everything comes into focus when you've got the right lens to look through. Imagine that. Even if you don't wear glasses, imagine the whole world coming into focus because you've got the right way of looking at it, the right lens. And that lens is popped in. Now I can see for real. So what we're talking about here is looking at reality, looking at the world through the lens of the crucified one.
In this video, we're going to see the Maltese cross tube and how to make an electron lens. So I've got the Maltese cross tube set up, which has got a electron gun at the back, and you can see the light from the filament coming. At the moment, the accelerating voltage is set to 0, so we're not seeing any electrons coming. I'm going to rotate that round so you can see the front, and you might see a slight shadow of the Maltese cross on the front. But now I'm going to turn up the accelerating voltage, and we can see we've got a lovely bright shadow of the Maltese cross tube formed on the front. And just to remind you that that green glow is from the electrons exciting the phosphor at the front. So what I'm going to do now is try and produce an electron lens. And to do that, I'm going to hold a coil in front of the end of the Maltese cross tube. So in comes my Helmholtz coil, and that is connected to a power supply down here. And I can just move this wire out of the way a little bit. And now I can turn on the power supply and gradually increase the voltage of the power supply, which will increase the current in the coil, and hopefully you can see the twisting and reducing in size action there back to 0, increasing the voltage and therefore the current flowing through the coil and acting as a electron lens.
For this lecture, we're just going to review
Brother London.
this cross. This is
Yes, sir.
That right there, that last experiment he showed, that's exactly what is happening in our realm with the circles we call the equator, the Tropic of Cancer, and the Tropic of Capricorn. In between each one, it goes from positive to negative. The polarities flip. That's why, like on one side of the world, you know, that the toilet flushes and the water goes one way. You know what I mean? So that experiment reminded me of that with the, you know, the rings of Atlantis and this and that. It's just the energy. You know, it's basically the light goes in a spiral. It doesn't go any further than the Tropic of Capricorn, which is the outer ring. And so you have the equator circle, which is halfway between Mount Meru and the ice wall. That's the equator. Then halfway between the equator and Mount Meru is the Tropic of Cancer. That's summertime in the northern hemisphere. And then halfway between the equator and the ice wall is the Tropic of Capricorn, which is wintertime in the quote northern hemisphere and summertime in the southern hemisphere. It all has to do with the energy and how he was adding that circle on, and he was adding more rings and stuff. That's exactly what happens. And that X, the Maltese cross, that's all the old maps, the Rupus Negra map and all of that. That the very center, right above 90 degrees up and down from Mount Meru straight up, it always makes the X. And that's when the changeover event happens and this and that. That's the story of the Bible of the 4 original rivers and this and that. It all goes back to that, man. I just wanted to add that.
That's good, and I like where you're going because you're gonna like what's coming because what you spoke upon, we're gonna see anyway. But that's good stuff, my man. Good stuff.
Something that I saw in one of our last homeworks was just a little bit. Everyone had done it slightly different, and I wanted to get everybody on the same page. A lens cross is a way to try to visualize a prescription that a person needs, or a lens and its orientation, especially if you have a spherocylindrical lens, a lens that has a sphere power and a cylinder power. So I would recommend, I saw a few folks that if I gave you a power -4, -2, axis 45, I saw some folks write, well, here's a -4 and call this 45 degrees. And remember, the sphere always corresponds with the axis. 90 degrees away, you'll always have your full amount of cylinder. And so people wrote this. And I would strongly suggest that you don't do that going forward. You still get an idea, and it's technically correct, but it's not the best way to visualize it because that's not how it actually looks. I would always have the lens cross always look the same, always relatively the same. Start with a 0 here, 90 there, 180 degrees there. And this is as the patient, as you are looking at the patient. It would be reversed if the patient was looking out of the glasses, but that's for another episode.
Which is the exact story we just talked about. Now, here is the map, or here's the island at the center of the world, at the North Pole, at the center of our world, right? This was shown on many ancient maps. We've gone over this quite a few times, right? It's got Rupus Nigra right there in the middle, the plasma volcano, etc. But you can see it's circular, and it's also has an X right through it in the form of the 4 rivers of the Garden of Eden, right? We've got like the Euphrates, the Tigris, probably the Pishon and the Gihon. These two might be switched around. I can't tell yet. But anyways, this is the Garden of Eden. This is Atlantis. This is the quintessential island where all of the aliens, gods, etc. gathered at this mountain at the center, and this is paradise where they lived, right? Now, it's said that this island was the exact same. This is the Hebrew camp. Okay, if you think about God's chosen as being like the Hebrews, this is the Hebrew camp. And it was the exact same size as the mound that Atlas holds above his head, or the mountain that King Og, or Ogius, or whatever you want to call him, he held onto, right? So this is interesting. Keep in mind the shape, right? There's an X right through it with a hole right in the middle. Right? It's exact same as what we find with the inverted dome at the top of the world, right? That hole is filled with water down here on the surface, right? But this is super interesting because that's what creates this land. If we overlay the moon, this is what it would look like, right? So if the moon were if the firmament were a reflective surface like pure ice is, we would expect it to cast a reflection of what is directly below it. And therefore, when we see the real moon, or sometimes even when we see the luminary, we may actually see a big ol' X in the moon. Can we find a historic example of this? If we go to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, we can, during the Dark Ages. In 806 AD, it says down here, this year also, on the next day before the nones of June, so the summer solstice, a cross was seen in the moon, right? These are people, monks and whatnot, that were sworn to God to record the truth, right? They wrote, people saw a cross in the moon itself. Now, I did another video about this interesting piece of architecture, which is like the Capitol building in the United States. And in the Capitol building, they have this dome that goes up. Now, pay attention to a lot of our architecture because it reflects these truths that I'm sharing with you now. In my opinion, they reflect this. So what we have here is George Washington and all of these, forefathers or whatever, who are sitting on clouds up in the sky. And if you look at the Capitol building, at the dome at the very top, and you take a good hard look at it, what you'll find is that the same map I just showed you is right above their heads. Check this out. So I put a filter on it so you can see it a little better, right? Same, that's Eden. That is the Garden of Eden. That's the moon reflecting that land down at the bottom where we live.
The moon as mirror and map of the earth.
Brother London.
The moon as a mirror.
Yes, sir.
I add something to one of the things he said. The X, how he said that was the Hebrews used to set up their camp in the wilderness in the shape of a cross, or an X, right? So the tribe of Judah, which you're told, like, you know, Christ is from the tribe of Judah. The tribe of Judah would always line up their camp to the one to the east, the line of the X that goes to the east, or the cross, either way, X cross. So tribe of Judah would be to the east, which is the right side, right side is always the feminine energy, the right side of your brain, feminine energy, all that. And it tells you in the book of Numbers in the Bible that the population of the tribe of Judah was 186,400. That was their population. That's the speed of light per second. So the tribe of Judah, the population, they're telling you the tribe of Judah is not a tribe of people. It's the children of light. It's the people filled with light. They say Christ is the light of the world. Well, the tribe of Judah just simply means the children of light. Now, also the tribe of Dan used to be, they would set up camp to the top, the north, the point of the X or the cross that's to the north. Well, in the book of Revelation, it says that the tribe of Dan will not be there. The tribe of Dan will be removed. So they're telling you that the north, the dome, the top, the tribe of Dan will be removed. And so they're letting you know the tribe of Dan won't be there because that's the top, that's the North Pole, that's the top of the dome that opens up during this event. That's what the whole book of Revelation is about. And the tribe of Judah is simply the children of light, the 144,000, which is the complete human genome restored. It's your light body, because your DNA is crystalline, alkaline structure of light. It holds the light. So 144.
So it's the lens, my brother.
That's what, see, it all comes together. So look,
and it holds light.
The 144,000, right, is the complete genome. You got 72,000 genes from your father, 72,000 genes from your mother. That's the double helix of the DNA. Now, they tell you the number, everyone thinks the number of the beast is 666. Well, it was written in Greek, and I'm in contact via email with the #1 Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic etymologist in the world. We speak frequently. He has showed me and broken down to me that in Greek, in the original text about the number of the beast, it says 660 and 6. The Greek word used for "and" means multiply. So the number of the beast is 600 times 60, which is 36,000, times 6, which is 216,000. Why is this relevant? Because what they're trying to do is add an extra strand of DNA, 72,000 synthetic genes to the perfect 144,000 genome. That's 216,000. That is the number of the beast. 216,000. And it says men will seek death in those days and shall not find it, because they're going to be transhumanists. They're going to be half man, half some kind of technology where their consciousness gets trapped in the cloud, the artificial cloud. Just thought I'd add that little tidbit in there.
That's good, brother. Thank you. Respect to that.
Reflecting the Earth too, however, influence efforts to map both the Earth and the Moon throughout the Middle Ages, in both Europe and the Middle East. In an innovative article, Philip J. Stuck argues that the shape of the landforms visible on the face of the Moon may have influenced the layout of landforms on medieval European TO maps and maybe even some medieval Islamic maps. an idea explored at the theoretical level by Christian Jacob in a provocative article which argues that the moon was seen, in antiquity, as a mirror of the Earth. The moon thereby performs the same mediating function as a map, allowing viewers to conceptualize what we cannot apprehend directly. As another Earth, it invites the cartographers to conquer it. If the Quasar Amra globe fresco can be identified as a painting of the moon and perhaps as an effort to understand the layout of the Earth, too it would mean.
Okay, so take a look at it. Here's the map. There's the actual dome. This one is, I haven't done anything except for put words on it, okay? This one's got a filter so you can see it better. It's very dim, okay? I don't know if they painted over it and it still bleeds through or whatever, but it's there. There is a map of paradise at the on the ceiling of the Capitol building or the Capitol dome, and it's right there, clear as day. Right? Let's zoom in a little bit more so you can see it a little better. Right here it is with the filter on it so that you can see the light part better and the dark parts, better. And here's the map as it emerges. Just put it on top of there.
That symbol. Oh, let me go back a second. Right. Remember the cross in the eye, right? This symbol is used for Alpha Tauri and Jesus Christ in the same. But this symbol, when I looked at the main symbol for Alpha Tauri, this symbol came up, right? The cross with the serpent. Now, some people say Jesus is the serpent, Yahweh is the serpent, right? But the cross is what I'm looking at the moment. And I did put something out there the other day about, is it possible to be living on the eye of something, but we're living in the serpent's eye? Just imagine the serpent's in something's eye, but you're in the serpent's eye, almost like a multiverse type of shit.
Well, that's actually the complete story of that symbol right there represents the beginning story of Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel. It also represents the story of Isis, Osiris, Set, and Horus. It's all about the sine wave going up when it goes up above the plane of inertia. That's when the God of the mountain, El Shaddai, Yahweh, is, God when it's on top of the 90 degrees, the 180 dome. And when it goes back down, that's when it meets the horizon and it goes under the plane of inertia, and the sine wave goes under, right? So that's like when Set kills Osiris, and then when it comes back up over the horizon, that's Horus being reborn as Osiris. So, and that's same thing with Cain and Abel. Eve is the line, the even line, the plane of inertia, or that cross, and she's the beginning. They tell you man Adam is, but they don't flip that whole story. So Eve is the beginning. That's the even line, and then the sine wave goes up, and it's Cain. Abel, and then Cain kills Abel, and then Set comes. But what is Set? That's just the sine wave returning to the line of the plane of inertia, because Set is when something is set, set down even, just like Eve. So it's just back and forth. It's the sine wave, it's the analemma, it's the sun cycle. It's just over and over and over this sine wave. That's why it's 1 minute Yahweh is the God of the mountain. That's when the sine wave is above the plane of inertia. And then when the sine wave is below, that's when the snake shall crawl on its belly in the dirt all its days. It's just the sine wave. It's the infinite loop. And it's an analemma inside of an analemma inside of an analemma. It's literally like three of them. Just thought I'd add that.
That's good. And they speak of how many ceilings is it supposed to be? Is it 3 ceilings or whoever heard that 3 before? Must be something else. Cool, let's keep going.
I finally got to the point. I decided to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified. That phrase, Christ crucified, it means the lens. It's shorthand for the event, the cross, that acts as a way of understanding everything. Christ crucified is the small piece of glass between Paul and the world he's perceiving. Think of what's happening already in 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and chapter 2. He's writing to a church that he has nursed into being, and now it is beginning to fragment. And he came to it and taught. He gave his blood to it, you might say. And now it's splitting up into us and them. And they're in bits. I've heard from the house of
In the
Chloe,
light
some of
show.
you follow Apollos.
Peeping the lens and the lights, right? Holography, this is like cartography, cosmic. They're trying to show you what's really going on. The same equipment they got up here, this is what they're using to projection, almost like the eye, right? This is this right here. This right here.
Adrian,
Yo,
you hear me?
Mic check, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Cartography, I think it's just like the study on maps. Or the production of maps.
Yes, but check this one right here, right? The spectral instrument, right? The spectral cosmic instrument. Now, this instrument right here is so similar to the origin of the Big Bang.
It says
Listen to me. It's
spectroscopic.
Yes. Right.
You said something else. You said spectral.
Spectral, that's what I said. Spectral. Did I hear that?
You said spectral, but the last word, the second part of it, you said cosmic.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite important because you've got scopic. Scope is a visual, isn't it?
Yes.
A spectrum, scopic. But it was just about the cartography a little bit. I can't see what's before it because there's a little clock in front of it.
A little who? Say that again.
On my visual, I've got a clock in front of it, running time of this your live stream. So I can't see now. On the left, it says something cartography. What's that first word?
Cosmic.
Cosmic. Okay. So you got the cosmic there, but then you got the scopic on the other side.
Oh,
there was a point to it after all then. So what I just said. Yeah. Carry on, bro. Carry on.
Okay, thank you, my brother.
That's all right, my friend.
This picture right here where my thing's going off. You see my thing, my cursor?
Yeah. Top right.
There you go. This image is very similar to the Big Bang origin, right? This is how they show you the Big Bang, how it started. Now, right where my cursor is, right? I can't even no, it won't even let me zoom in right now. But that's like, it's got the rings, like the lens, some type of a lens back there, and it's projecting. It's projecting this. It's projecting all the spectrum. Right, it's projecting that outwards. Did someone just jump on? Hold on. Who's that?
How many rings are on that bell? It looks like a bell to me, or a trumpet. Trumpet horn bit, or a horn. But I imagine it's the same sort of effect, isn't it? It's the frequency and vibration coming out from subbing, but it would to go like that. It would have to be funneled out like that by some force, surely, and then released.
Brother London, how do I send a couple pictures over to you, real quick?
Back chat. You can always do it in a back chat, or
all right, I'm gonna try to post a couple pictures on the back chat
or email, whatever you want to do. Whatever's easier for you, email or
let me try to back chat, that way I don't get kicked out of here. I'm gonna try to put a couple pictures in the back chat for you.
All right, family.
All right.
If Rob, can you sling a link to your channel? I can't see the name there. Is it Chico? I might fuck this up totally. You hear me, London?
Say that again.
Did you just hear what I said then?
No, I thought you were talking to somebody else, to be honest.
Yeah, it was the other guest on there. He's got this like a funky writing. I can't read it.
Oh, Chief Ironbush.
That was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you sling a link to his channel? Either in the private, and I'll sling it out to the world. Please,
Yes.
bro.
Let me see if I can.
Yeah. How many rings are on that funnel ring?
This
1,
one.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
7 rings. There's 1, 2, 3 spaced equally between the 3 of them. Then there's one butt up tight to it. Then there's a space. Then there's a black one.
Yeah, I see that. What does that say on it, though? I can't even see. It says the Dark Age. I think it says the Dark Age.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh wow.
Dark Age. That's what it says. The Dark Age. See, they're showing you, like I said, the origin of the Big Bang. But
timeline.
Is that coming up, man?
Well, surely the Big Bang would start at the other end, at the biggest end, because it would lose energy the further it got away from source, wouldn't it? So are we getting diminished into the world of into your micro world, London?
okay, what might like something in reverse? Are you talking about in reverse?
Yeah.
Going into it, yeah. Going into it.
Yeah. And we're gradually getting
Falling
squashed.
into the
I mean, all these frequencies are going to be battling with the original frequencies, aren't they? In the beginning. Yeah, let there be light, boom, there you go. So anything that isn't of that creation is fighting it, which is what's happening spiritually and technologically. The frequencies are all over the place. It's like a super frequencies we're living in now, whereas back in the day, everything was in harmony. There was no clashing of frequencies. Everything was in harmony. Like, woo. That's just a theory. I don't know that as fact, but common sense would lead me to think, well, yeah, we know frequencies exist. We know they're bad for us. We know that they've been invented even for the use of goodness, which it shouldn't be required really, because everything was good in the day, back in the day. So it's a frequency and vibration war we're in. I don't know why I've gotten to that. Oh, it's about this decibel meter thing, isn't it? Yeah, so maybe we're going in the other way. Maybe we're being constricted as the forces of evil, the prince of the airwaves, like 5G, the king of the airwaves, 5G, and all the other frequency weapons, sound. Look what it done to Donald Trump's ear, just sound of something going by so fast it made his ear bleed. And maybe a bit of friction burn from the heat. But like you said, a bullet that size would take his head off, wouldn't it?
Indeed. Head
I'm
would
sorry
be
we got back to that, but yeah. But we are on about: are we expanding or are we contracting?
It may be both.
Could be maybe we're being tugged.
Yeah.
Brilliant. The Dark Ages. That is where the secret lies, in the Dark Ages.
Going both ways.
That's where all the history is hidden, in the Dark Ages. And that band of Dark Ages is going to spread up to a point where the Dark Ages will be brought to light when the evil one has fulfilled its agenda. Boom, there's the truth. Fooled most of you.
Look, check this out, right? Look, where my cursor is, right? Again, they're showing you how they're bending light. Look, they're bending light. But if you look carefully, they're using like these little swirls, like the galaxies, like I've been saying. Like,
can you make that full screen? That map thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that after. But let's play the rest of this. Let's get through this, and then we'll come back and investigate.
Take us out of the side, because so it's just a video, and I'll shut up, and we can watch a video bigger.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I keep forgetting that one.
Yeah.
There it is. Lonnie, what's up, my man?
London, what's up, man?
How we doing?
Going over this map that you're showing, and there's all kinds of good little stuff hidden on here, man.
Yeah, definitely. I've been over this map a few times, but it's always good to go over it again. But we're gonna
I'm listening. I'm gonna hang out for a minute. Go ahead and play your video.
Good stuff. Welcome to the panel.
London, is it Lonnie? As you do, Lonnie. I just want this just come into my mind about where I was going with the frequency thing. If the Big Bang is going to be the biggest thing that's happened, and things are being crammed into the smallest kind of time frame before the speed of the expansion of whatever runs out, but it's condensing. The frequencies are being condensed within that small space. It's kind of like everything being funneled. You know, at the pressure of being given a job to do with not enough time to do it. You know, it agitates. And what we're living in at the moment is agitation, not that expanse of freedom, you know, which might be what they're trying to keep from us. It might be that expansion into absolute freedom. When we finally blow out the other end of that Big Bang sketch. Oh, shut up, man. Just a thought.
Let's keep going. No, all good. I love it.
No. There's a lot to think about, man. Thank you.
Good stuff.
Some say, oh, we don't want human leaders. We just want Christ. He said, but you're all one body of Christ together. And lots of the letter is to do with that same point. So he says, so how do I get you to understand how important unity is? Okay, I want you to look at it through the lens of Christ crucified. And he says, when I came to you, I decided to put wisdom to one side. That's very strange, isn't it? I decided to put power to one side. I came to you in weakness and trembling. I didn't come to you in human intellect or human power. I decided to know nothing except the cross of Christ and him crucified. So the event of Jesus on the cross forms the way that you understand church unity, church leadership, power, wisdom. It's just total paradox, isn't it? It's just something that is so difficult to understand. It's Christ crucified is shorthand for the lens that brings into focus what God has revealed through the Spirit, verse 10. And it's not what Paul sees. but it's how he sees. It's the lens. When I was with you, everything he knew, he said, I wanted to take it through the lens of the cross. He says the lens of the cross is the way that you understand the Bible. You know, he's saying the Jewish scriptures. The lens of the cross is how you understand wisdom. It is not the way the world sees things. The way, when I look at the cross, it helps me understand the status of various people in your community, like me and Apollos and Cephas. The cross enables me to understand our role.
One time she told me the sky is blue because we live inside the eye of a blue-eyed giant named Macumba.
Maybe we do.
Cool.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, and cool. Was that a recent one? London, is that a recent release of yours?
Yeah, pretty recent. Pretty recent. I haven't yet released it officially because I might even add on to it.
You want to premiere it? Premiere it followed by a live stream.
That's it.
It sounds like a good model to get the word out. Really, but just for the interaction. Yeah, I like that. I'll go back and watch that.
Nice. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I've come across so many things that is pointing to that direction. I don't know. All I see is the eye now. It's just showing me everything I read, everything that I come across. It's just the eye, the lens, the cross, the rings. Crazy.
You say you see it everywhere?
Yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Literally. Advertisements, kids programs, like it's just it's ridiculous.
It's crazy, ain't it? I was going through something similar, but I do it with vibrations and frequency and shit. Like people, I can feel them. You know, it's crazy as shit.
Yeah. Wow. Oh man.
Dude, I can even hear the frequency on semi tires going down the interstate. It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy. But I mean, thought I'd have done that shit like that. I mean, I can't talk to anybody about this shit. They think I'm nuts.
Wow. Even down to the president, Mr. Trump, what we saw, that was hilarious.
You know what, dude? That makes me feel so fucking stupid. Just even watching that shit.
I can't believe it. They actually showed us that. They actually showed us. I couldn't believe it. Do you know what? The funniest part about that was right when they panned out. I was like, oh my gosh, look at that right there.
Dude, it's a fucking shit show on a mass proportion, man. Fucking clown show. And it's the idiots that eat it up, that buy it. They're going, going with the voting and all that shit. And all they're doing is consenting to their own enslavement, man. It's all about energy. Because your vote don't count.
Oh. I don't think they understand. A few understand, but
Well, they don't for a reason though, because there's not a big number of us here, London.
Well, there are a lot of people that understand. They've upset pretty much every industry on earth over the last 4 years. In one way, there's loads of people waking up. There's rallies and protests and awareness campaigns and schemes going on all over now. People still vote. They do, obviously, under that illusion that they're making a difference to the outcome. All it is shuffle one in, let them do a job, and shuffle them out again. Now we've got a Prime Minister in Britain that is 100% socialism anyway, at the least. Which, if it was dictated correctly by righteous people, there's nothing wrong with any way of life as long as it's been governed and directed and everybody's in acceptance of the fact that, right, let's make it a Christian world, eh? Let's try that.
Yeah.
Everybody,
My girlfriend was calling it a handmaiden's tale, is what they're trying to turn it into.
What?
Handmaiden's tale. I've not seen it, but that's what she said. Well, you know, where you see the women wearing the bonnet and the dresses, the long dresses?
Yeah.
All in red.
Where is this?
Chief, what video did you want me to put on?
The 144K gold.
Okay, here we are.
Click on go into the comment section so I can see a brother had left a comment exactly what it should be that blue, the blue. Yep. Read that comment. Does it say Brother London and a time mark in that comment? A timestamp?
Not that I can see. In this one here, can't see London, no.
Maybe keep going down. But it's that person. Is that it?
There's a timestamp here. Open IC good brother.
Okay, I think that's it. Wait. Let's see.
In the reply.
Keep going down. Should say something about Brother London and a timestamp.
Okay, down here. 1915. London.
All right.
Loving.
So you might want to start at like 19 and take it from there. See what.
Was it 9:15 or 19? What did I say? Oh, 9:15. Sorry. Okay, 9:15.
Might want to go back a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I think I went over this one, but I'm always ready to go over this shit again.
Your mind. And Aradamus did. And we'll see that on overhead 233. Aradamus did. Look what it says. Aradamus entered the room, gazed upward to the lofty dome. There, floating in space far above his head, he saw a great closed eye surrounded by fleecy clouds and rainbow colors.
Yeah. Facts. I covered this. That's why I'm saying it's good that you're here, bro. It's good that you're here because some people, they may have not seen when I covered this. Now it's good that you brought this to my attention again, so we're getting to see it again. So that's why it's good you're here, bro.
Facts.
Salute to that. Let's keep going.
Do you have on the very first page is a picture of supernova? Let's look at that. He saw a great closed eye surrounded by fleecy clouds and rainbow colors. And here is the eye in the sky now. Charles, maybe you could just hit the zoom and let it go as far as it'll go until it stops. Okay. That's supernova 1987A, and it's the great eye in the sky, the all-seeing eye. Of course, it's a little different than what Aradamus in this particular picture. The eye appears to be open. That's not a drawing, incidentally. That's a Hubble photograph, one of the amazing ones that was taken. Probably the only one I've ever seen come out.
That's just X-ray you're seeing. That's all they're showing you. X-ray.
Exactly.
X-ray. I'm telling you right now. That's X-ray.
Not like this. But that's supernova. DNA's coming out of this thing. Life-giving elements are coming out of this thing. But this is what's over your head right now. Okay. Now, is this... Okay. So anyhow, he looks up and he sees that the eye is closed. And Aradamus, gazing long upon the wonderful sight, for he knew it was the eye of Horus, the all-seeing eye of the gods. Isn't that interesting? The all-seeing eye of the gods. And we have one in the sky looking down upon the earth right now. And all the scientists know about it. The only ones that don't know about it are religious people. They have no idea. The all-seeing eye of Horus, I wouldn't look at that. I'm a Christian. Okay, how about the single eye of Jesus or the pineal of Jacob? Oh, well, I don't know. But as he stood there, he prayed that the will of the gods might be made known to him and that in some way he may be found worthy to open that closed eye in the temple of the living God. Now, please, the temple is where? Here. The eye is what? The pineal. To open the pineal gland in the temple is what this is taught. This never happened. Just like the crucifixion of Jesus never happened. Just like Jesus himself never happened. Because it does happen. It's much more important than a story. It's talking about existence, life, reality. As he stood there gazing upward, you're meditating. The eyelids suddenly flickered. Then as the great orb slowly opened, the chamber was filled with a dazzling light that seemed to consume the very stones with fire. Aradamus staggered. It seemed as though every atom...
That's also your plasma apocalypse. And all the meltology things, when the stone gets melted and all that, when the eye gets opened and everything, that actually has to do with the ancient sun cycle. And that experiment you showed earlier with the 90 inches and the guy was moving the lenses and thing, that was very, I don't think a lot of people got how deep that really is, because that shows the sun cycle of what, on one end you got the red sun. It's big, it's red, it's low, the days are long, man lives 1,000 years, the fauna and flora gets real big, all of that. That's the red sun. That's why all the ancient Egyptian glyphs have the red sun. It's during that time. So that's what people call Nibiru, right? It's not a planet, it's the event on one end of the lights, the sun cycle, one end of the spectrum. That's when it floods. We're heading, and that's when the sun expands and gets bigger. And we are heading to the point of the sun getting smaller and blue. It's like a laser beam. That's why they're using these sun simulators to cover it up with a glare, because if not, people, the whole world would be able to go outside and notice, hey, the sun is getting real small and it's starting to turn whitish blue. So that's the reason for the sun simulators and all that. And eventually, this sun, instead of stopping at the Tropic of Cancer, is going to move, keep spiraling to the magnetic North Pole. It's going to stand right above Mount Meru. In the Bible, they say the Antichrist is going to stand in the place it should not be and declare itself God. They're talking about the sun standing where it should not be. It should never be above magnetic North Pole. The furthest it goes is the Tropic of Cancer. That's the furthest outward it goes is the Tropic of Capricorn. When that happens, that's what you call Nibiru and the red sun and all that. We're coming to the opposite side. So the 4 quarters that you were talking about earlier too, that on the moon, I think Jay Dreamers was talking about how the moon is like split into 4 quarters. Well, they say that we're living in only a quarter of the crater. So as the sun cycle moves, and if you look up the definition of the word quarters, quarters is also housing barracks. So the quarter that we're living in is also, it's 1/4 of our crater, and it's our housing barracks at that particular time of the cycle. So right now, there's part of Antarctica that is melting, and there's part that is freezing more. So the eastern side is melting, the western side is beginning to add on. So what's happening is, when they talk about new heaven, new earth, with the circular area that we live in, the quarter that we live in is moving. That's the analemma in the analemma in the analemma. So the new land is literally just moving to what you would call outside of the ice wall, or Antarctica is going to melt. That's the new land. But the old land that currently is inhabited is going to freeze. That's your ice age. And this is an ancient cycle that happens over the period of 26,000 years approximately. And it happens over and over again. It's like a clock inside of a clock inside of a clock. It's just like that. What's that thing? They've been talking about it a little bit lately, even like kind of like halfway mainstream, like Terrence Howard and them. The gold,
ratio,
like Ezekiel's wheel, like it got like the gold and then the like the wheel inside of a wheel inside of a wheel.
Dyson sphere.
Yeah. So like that's pretty much what it is. We're like in a clock, in a clock, in a clock. And you know, it's said that we are in a quarter, and that's what that ancient symbol is, the circle with the cross and the 4 quarters. So that has, I just sent you over pictures to your email, brother.
Okay, good stuff.
When you get a chance, whenever, if you want to bring them up.
Definite.
The atom of his being was scorched by the effulgence of that blinding glow. He instinctively closed his eyes, and now he feared to open them, for in that blaze of splendor, it seemed that only blindness would follow his action. That's meditation, where you totally subdue and close yourself off, and then little by little a strange feeling of peace and calm descended, and he at length dared to open his eyes, only to find that the glare was gone. The entire chamber was bathed in a soft, wondrous glow from the mighty eye in the ceiling. So when the eye had opened and was doing its work, he had to close his eyes. This is where we have to go in our meditation, because we can't look upon this, and because this is going to burn up a lot of what we're familiar and comfortable with. So you have to come before the all-seeing eye, just as Aradamus did. You don't have to go to Egypt into a chamber. You go within yourself to the chamber of the great light and to the all-seeing eye, which is called the pineal gland, and there you see that supreme light face to face. That is your encounter. But it is not a solution to the problems of earthlings to enlighten and calm you. It is for the earth to encounter that all-cosmic seeing eye. Do you have number 36 on there? We'll just show you that again to the folks on television in particular. There it is. It's not colorful. It's not, it's this overhead black and white. But there you can see this eye. And this is a subject of great interest right now, because guess what? According to NASA, it has begun to flicker. This eye is opening, but it's not looking in the chamber of some room in Egypt. It's looking in the chamber of the universe. And it's looking right at you.
That's it.
And unfortunately, most of you are in church somewhere and don't even know that it's flickering. Let's look at overhead 234. Overhead 234 from CNN. Hubble reveals violent supernova shockwave. The slugfest will begin. They found 4 bright knots of superheated gas. In other words, the eye has begun to open. The glowing aftermath of one of the most violent celestial collisions ever witnessed.
So, Brother London,
Raise that.
if we look at this, because he's mentioning NASA and stuff, and once people start talking about NASA, I get a little, iffy about information that's coming out. So if we look at it through what we all have come to know, basically, it's truth with lies. So these lights are above. There's something that you can even look at it now with like a Nikon camera. Now you can like zoom in and see these things. So it's not like they're being made up by NASA. It's just that NASA, just like how the Vatican Church did with the Gnostic stories and the ancient, even before that, and Osiris and all. What they do is just take the information and they misconstrue it.
Yeah.
So we get a false version. So a lot of people think when they hear NASA, this is all bull crap. Now, no, it's not. It's just that they become the authority over the information, so they get to be in charge of how they dispense it to you. So they've already given you a biased outlook on the information instead of you going outside or doing your own research and looking at it yourself. So like these things do exist, but from my point of view, it's all energy and it's all reflection. It's all reflection. Just imagine, okay, so we know there's waters above, right? Whether it's plasma is just the 4th state of water. Well, water is light. Water can actually cut through steel. So water is just a form of light. Water moves in a spiral. Always. If you next time you pour something out of anything, watch the water. Watch when you pee. When you pee, your pee moves in a spiral. Every water naturally moves in a spiral. Guess what? So does light. That's the Kundalini and the serpent going around the cross and this and that. All water moves in a spiral motion. That's the analemma as well. That's like the DNA and all of that. I totally lost where I was going with that.
You see where you going with this?
Okay. So the waters above, are reflections. Just imagine if you was up there looking down at the waters below. What are you going to see? You're going to see the reflection of you. So if you was up there looking down at the oceans down here, you're going to see a reflection. It's 2 mirrors. We're stuck in between 2 mirrors, but not only is it just a visual mirror, it's literal energetic mirrors, being the energies being bounced back and forth like pong, like ping pong. Like it's just bouncing around, going up and down.
Do you think that was like that image that we had up earlier when it had like the dark ages? Could we still be in between the dark ages and lights going back and forth? We're being in the middle of the projection.
It's very possible, because this is one mystery that I still, and I'm not saying this in a boastful way. I pretty much have, through the Great Spirit, have been revealed most of the mysteries. Like seriously, like I pretty much have already mapped out most of the mysteries. The one thing that I can't seem to put my finger on is this event that happened about between 1700 and 1902, and the mud floods they call it, and this and that, because it doesn't add up with the sun cycle. It doesn't add up with the changeover events. So there's only a few options. People talk about a comet always precedes this particular event. Well, we know a comet ain't coming in from outer space. A comet and meteors are actually formed within the dome. People always ask, well, where does a meteor come from? It's actually just light going through different temperatures, what we call atmospheres, and whatever elements it's coming in contact with, the electrons attached to it, and it materializes into something solid. So comets and all that ain't coming from no outer space. They're materializing in the actual, what we call atmosphere, because it's with the ions and all that. Somebody who explains that very well is Mud Fossil University. He explains that very well. But I just can't seem to put my finger on the whole Tartarian meltdown and how, going from free energy, and there's clips of the sidewalk, the actual roads were moving, like how when you go in an airport and you can stand on that thing with with your luggage that's like moving, and you can walk if you want and move fast. They had this on the streets and things in America in the 1800s. Like the streets was moving and things, and they still have panoramic pictures of nighttime when these structures were lit up, and it was, oh my goodness, it was so beautiful, and it was no wires. Electricians today said for them to be able to do it, it would be a nightmare. Like it would be pretty much impossible to do with wires. So that's the one little thing that I'm still trying to put together. But and with, like you said, with us working together, man, and how right now, how you're focused like on the lenses and stuff, man, that's awesome, because that all has to do with light and refraction and the convex and the divergent and convergent light. Like I think you're on the right track, man, to crack open something pretty big. And it's essential that we work together. I might, like right now I'm talking, it might be 80% people in the chat like, oh man, shut up and hit play or something, but it could be one thing that can make a light bulb go off in your head, like earlier, like you said.
Yep.
But yeah, you don't have, it's up to you. You don't have to go through the whole video. I just wanted you to see that one, the eye thing that has been seen. So the story behind that is when the changeover event happens, that what we call the pole star, the Polaris, is actually a red plasma, I guess, structure, if you will, that is 3 pyramids and 1 Vesica Pisces. So it's 3 pyramids and then there's a separation, and then there's like an eye. That's where the elites get that whole pyramid and the eye. And it might be possibly where, everyone says that the pyramids is all about Orion and everything. Well, I believe the Great Pyramid was just a synthetic brain. The king's chamber being the pineal gland, the queen's chamber being the pituitary gland, and they pretty much hacked space-time.
Hell yeah.
They pretty much I believe they ripped a hole actually in the space-time continuum, making a parallel timeline. And I actually have data to show this. I have a teaching showing it actually.
Wow. What's up, London, everybody?
What's going on, TT?
Not much. You guys were resonating hard, and I couldn't help
right when you said, you know, some people may think you're crazy or whatever, but I think you're hitting shit right on point, dude.
That's my buddy right there, ain't it?
What's up?
Yeah, that's my buddy right there. Yeah, I recognize that voice. How's it going, brother?
What's up? Just keeping it nerdy, man. Keeping it
Yes,
nerdy.
sir. Yes, sir.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
No, you're right on it, man. I think that you and London are right on path with the eye and how everything projects down. And I think a lot of what we're being shown is what they want us to see. So if we keep looking at it, then we believe it, we codify it and make it real. So
Yeah,
I
that's
think
big
there's a lot
fact.
of danger in looking at the information that they give us versus, like, say you in London look at things, you look at it from your lens, not from theirs. You're not looking at it from the context of what they're giving it to you as. You're looking at it free and clear. Like a doctor, you know, there's subjective and objective information. There's what the patient tells you because the patient is a dumbass, and there's what you know professionally. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I believe that is related a lot to the Bible, especially the book of Revelation. I feel like that there is a truth, underlying truth, like a baseline truth in the book of Revelation that had a lot of predictive programming dumped on top of it. So now everyone is literally manifesting like their plan, pretty much.
The
That's
end.
how I feel about it.
Yeah, you see all these things now on TikTok that are basically showing like footage of actual Godzillas, you know, which you know that shit, you know, 70% probably ain't true. But think about it. If they get enough of you to believe it, you'll manifest it. But fear only has a third of the strength of love. And authenticity, which authenticity is actually being honest with oneself and everyone else, has about 1,000 times the strength of love.
Yeah. Man, we are all connected, man. I just did a teaching on this stuff. What I said in the teaching was, so if authenticity is stronger than love, and love was thought to be the strongest frequency. So what's
Right, because
stronger
God is
than
love.
So what's stronger than authenticity and love? Authentic love.
Authentic love.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I would be honest with you. I've tried to contemplate that myself, and I think at this point, no human can contemplate infinite love.
Yeah,
Like we
especially
just
in the
can't
3D realm.
fathom it at this point.
Well, if you keep it simple,
Yeah.
it's an emotion. Is it not? It's a simple emotion.
What's up, Richard?
Is it just a simple emotion, perhaps?
Well, it has to be a simulation, but I think what people are tending to miss is that we are simulating it.
A simple emotion.
Oh, a simple emotion.
Aye, not to be confused with a simulation. Well, there's a similarity between simulation and...
I apologize. You have a thick accent. You sound almost Scottish.
Thank you. As an Englishman, I'll take that as a compliment because I do have Scottish grandparents. So
we love the Scottish.
No offense. Oh, the Scottish, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that is unconditional eternal love, that, because we're all in the same boat.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's what they keep trying to tell us, that we're all in the same boat, but none of us live on water. Which is why we have laws based on water and rules based on water from beings that seem to be obsessed with water when we live on land. We need laws of the land.
We're in the ark. We're in Noah's ark. We are in a vessel.
I do hope so, yeah. Bobbing
Right.
along.
Are we the vitreous part of the eye, or are we sitting on the actual color of the pupil? I know this to be true because I tricked somebody once, Squirrel Sniper down in the chat. I trolled him on Telegram and I took a close picture of my eye, which is hazel sometimes, brown sometimes. And I said, look at this cool crater I found on Google Earth. And he's like, holy shit, where'd you find that? And I was like, dude, I had to do it just to see what would happen. But dude, that's my eyeball.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You see some of them pictures, London?
Yeah, this is them. I'm going through them.
I think there is 2 domes.
Yeah, that's one of the truths that's in the book of Revelation. It says 80-pound hailstones will fall. That's because there's plasma and then there's the ice. But it's not the ice we know. It's not
Oh, it's the blue ice, like what they talk about in Antarctica.
Yes.
They've examined pieces of the top. And it's a crystalline ice. Like I don't think it's subject to melting.
That's exactly what London was talking about pretty much off and on. This whole stream was about that crystalline structure.
Right. Well, if you think about it, everything that is material or matter is actually it is spirit crystallized, i.e. frozen.
So when electromagnetism hits it kind of like London showed a lot of this stuff earlier, man. That's
yeah,
how
I was listening for about an hour on the way home because I was driving and I couldn't chime in, but yeah, I was listening, and I would encourage everybody to start using the phrase magno-electric.
Yeah, you're
the
right.
universe and everything is inverted. It is magno-electric because creation comes from the heart, moves to the mind. The electric makes it real. Our eyes codify it into dense reality.
100%.
It starts with the heart.
Magnetism vibrates higher than electric. So
well,
magnetism.
That's like the part of your brain. That's where imagination comes from. So your logical mind would not be able to put it together if your creative mind didn't come up with it. It has to progress that way, and we have to start using the correct language. Otherwise, we're not going to beat what it keeps doing to us. If we think in reverse, we're going to work in reverse. If we talk in reverse, we're going to think in reverse.
So that right there is reminding me of you, London. I actually put that together. What that is where they get the menorah from. That's during the plasma event. Depending on where you're at on the plane, you see different things, and depending on where you're at during this event, the ancestors say it's about a 3.5 day event. Hence in the book of Revelation, the Antichrist rules for 3.5 years. Well, it's really, if you go to the book of Numbers in the Kabbalistic, they tell you a day is a year in their encoding. And when it comes to prophecy encoding, so my native ancestry says it's a 3.5 day event, and this is one of the things that are seen. Now, over here we have, some tribes have turned this into a mantis person, a mantis man, and this and that. This is also where they get the menorah. If you also look at it, that's the 3 rings of Atlantis. And as I told you before about how they say it sinks into the water. Yeah, it sinks into the waters above. Because when the event is over, all of that, it has the illusion of going up. It like
this looks
everything.
Like the human to me. If you thought about the chakras radiating out as circles and the eye projecting the human down above through the halo, then there has to be a spiritual body above, upside down to us, which also looks like an atom.
Exactly. And
so
notice
we're walking around looking like what we see right here.
And you see the circle with the 4 quarters in it. This is much older than the Bible and all of that. So this is much older than the cross and of the Christianity, even the Knights of or the Coptic cross and all that. This goes back, tens of thousands of years in cave inscriptions and things like that. So, our ancestors are trying. And you see the little tree right there, the tree of life being guarded by a flaming sword. It sounds like plasma. So
Yggdrasil. And it almost looks like our root chakra at the bottom there is the dragon. What keeps us in the circle of the Ouroboros, the routine. But I do say that the right question is the Q, and the Q is the broken circle, which is why questions always manifest to change.
And I had something on the queue too. I was gonna send it over to London, and I didn't. I had something on that.
I found this because half of the alchemical text I looked at had a dragon biting part of its tail with half hanging out, not eating it. Go ahead, London. Sorry.
You see the nucleus, it's inside the atom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if you're aware, but the other day I came across some readings and it was saying that, the atom is just basically a bubble, right? That's what it was getting at. It was like bubbles within the ether, right?
Right.
So I was thinking, right, even that the way how they would tell us how an atom is, how it holds the nucleus, the egg, right? What they would say, the egg, how they would call it, right? But when you look at the definition, the etymology of the word egg again, it was synonymous with eye, right? An eye. And I'm wondering if there's any link between, like, when they say like atoms don't exist, right? Could that be like saying like we don't exist? Could we be the atoms? Like atom, Adam, and how they would say, we project outwards, right? So like we're inside of our egg, in a sense, how we would project.
Oh yeah, because you can see your own body, but if you're not looking at anybody else, they're not there. It's been proven. If you're not looking at it, that's what creates density. But the eye of the planet that reflects everything down gives your reality around you, even if you close your eyes. So it's working with you because you're no different than it. And anything of a higher density would not view it as something different, but as the same.
Well, supposedly they have on a micro level, not the macro level. Probably, I mean, as far as all my studies in Revelations, they always coincide with each other. But supposedly on the micro level, they say they went in, they found an atom. Then they went even further and they found, electron, neutron, proton. Then they said they went even further in and found two things. So it goes from like on a microscopic level, I forget exactly the names of everything, but it went from
they're quarks and leptons.
Yeah. So it went to the two, and then it went to one, right? This one thing, right? So then under that, there's something called, that is what is called the unified field. It's where nothing exists. It's the no thing. It's the nothing, the no thing, where no thing exists, but everything comes from. Where it says
impossible. Something can't come from no thing. What they're talking about is that the scariest part about the realization of God is that it's possible that God is not highly expressed on a macro level, but more primarily based on the finite micro level, expressed outward.
Well,
because
think
the Big
about it.
Bang
That would
is
be
a
the
fucking
greatest
joke. You can't tell me that everything came from nothing in an instant. Give us one miracle and we'll explain the rest.
Well, that would be the greatest, I don't want to, for lack of a better word, hiding spot of God would be the most minute thing that no one could ever see. It's just so little that nothing ever, and that's that spark of light of consciousness, of your soul, your heart, like you said earlier, your heart.
Yes,
That is,
it's
it's
the
pretty much
easiest
your
way
soul.
for it to exist throughout all, unnoticed. If you notice, the true Santa should be the secret giver, the one that gives that doesn't know it's giving, and nobody else knows.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's good. London, this is what I was talking about earlier. So this is the snake wrapping around the cross, right? So the plane of inertia is the x-axis, which is going sideways. All right, the horizontal line right there. All right. So the beginning, even though the Bible tells you Adam, they took Eve, the real text clearly says that Eve is the mother of all living, and birth, the more ancient text says Eve is actually Adam's mother. So Eve would be the beginning, and that's even. Like heaven is even. It's just balance. It's just complete balance. That's what heaven is. It's an even. So Eve would be the beginning of that line. So then you have up there at the top, A. That's Adam, right? So then you have Cain and Abel, right? Going down. So that would be B would be Abel, Abba, or Boaz. Or Boaz would be in the Freemasonry. The B
Yeah,
would
but
be.
don't you think that these people they call Cain and Abel and these other people are actually groups of a collective and not just one person? Because nobody's going to have sex with their child.
Yeah, I think it goes even a little deeper than that. I think it's more of a story of the energy. I really just, the more I read and I think it's more of a story of, it's the literal story of the energy that we call spirit.
Right, but at that time, that's what you could call the collective, was the collective of Cain and Abel, the collective of Adam, the collective of Lilith.
Well said. Well said.
But the progression went downward instead of upward.
And I think that a lot has to do with this cycle of light that happens. But like you said, they tell you what you want to know so they can, to a as large enough extent as possible, control the narrative. And so basically, we're in a free will you and I verse. Where you and I verse, that's a verse of the frequency. It's where you and I connect. That's the universe. So we're in a free will universe. But they do everything they can to deceive you into giving your free will energy over to manifesting what they want you to manifest. So that's what you said earlier.
Right. So if they're fucking doing this to us, then what does that say about our power?
That we have the power. We have the God power.
Yes. So what you can do to help yourself is tell yourself in every other aspect, I do not consent. And therefore you do not participate. I'm going to view everything I see from my lens, and therefore I am not subject to what you're trying to portray. Therefore, through what I know, my eyes have changed.
And that's what I'm really trying to get people to see, man. Like, it's like, especially with this whole monopoly thing, like when you come out the womb, everyone thinks that life, you have to play Monopoly with their paper money and stuff. Your whole incarnation is about playing Monopoly. Do you know, if we step back and take a conscious look at that, just imagine if you were in your house and you come out of your back room at for a half hour and you eat and stuff, and you tell your children, all right, guys, I gotta go back to the back room. Daddy, where you going? I gotta play Monopoly. That's pretty much what we're doing with our whole entire incarnation, with the jobs and the money and this and that. Like, we're literally playing Monopoly and have like these little breaks in between the Monopoly game.
Yes,
And
but I will say at the end of the day, every soul should work.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
We all must labor.
Because work is manifestation.
Work is activity. God is motion. Everything is in motion.
Like they say, faith without works is dead.
Right. That's why we have
know?
a fat ass country, because people stop moving.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So that's unconscious.
Well, what does work give you? It tells you to go outside and do labor. You get sunlight, you get grounding, you get all the things that you need from everything around you. You connect with the plants and the trees, and butterflies land on you, and animals come up to you. I had a cat jump in my car yesterday, and a butterfly landed on my hand. That's a magical thing.
It's so far gone that people think if a bead of sweat comes down their head, that something's wrong. Like, I gotta turn the AC up, man. It's like I'm not supposed to sweat ever. That's and then we got everybody complaining about the food and stuff. Okay, the food is GMO and all this, we know that, but our ancestors didn't always have like the best of the best fruit and stuff. Man, some of our ancestors ate nothing but corn and potatoes. Like, but they was out there sweating, like you said, working outside, the sun giving them vitamins the same way the it gives plants and things vitamins, and the earth does too. It don't just come from above, it comes from below as well. That's, like you said, grounding.
Oh yeah, you gotta connect.
So that you're absolutely right. And what they're doing is they're trading something that's dead, that seems alive, for what's really alive, but they're making it seem dead. That's the okie doke. So we're with these phones and the technology, and everything we're holding is dead, but it seems so alive.
So what do they do if we're doing that and we're accepting that technology as part of ourselves? Then we're accepting half deadness.
Man, that's what it's all leading to. And
yeah,
even
they need us to consciously accept what they're doing.
And I hate to say it, even leaders like ourselves, we're still taking part in it, even though we're trying our best to help.
Well, that depends. That depends. Are you using it for their benefit, or are you using it for yours? You can turn any poison into a gift or an antidote to future bites.
That's alchemy.
Mm-hmm. That's what the fire is. The first part of the fire that has to go through so many colors that gets the gold, and you go past that point of the riches of the ego that shows you how to, basically show off to other people about what you know. Go past that. Go past that. Find the other you. Find that, and dude, it crystallizes, and then you become the stone. Then after that, you can make one.
But London, you see how that right there is a CAT scan of our brain from above.
Yeah.
Do you see how you can see the Christ on the cross? You can see Moses holding the staff up with the two people that helped him hold the staff up on the side.
Can I be honest? That looks like a lion with a mustache.
It does as well. Yeah, I can see that.
Which could be the Lyrans. The Lyrans is another sub-race out in the stars.
You know the lion and the eagle, that's all alchemical code too. When they mix, that's the griffin, and that's when they, there's two different kinds of alchemy. I'm sure you know this.
Oh yeah, there's physical alchemy and spiritual alchemy.
Exactly.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not interested in material alchemy.
Now, the only good thing that comes from material alchemy is what we already had at one point, what we call Tartarian, free energy grid. That was what came from material alchemy, and
well, the Egyptians had it with Ormus too, because they had the ability to make monatomic gold.
Well, they actually ripped the damn hole in space in my studies. Before they were using monatomic gold, they had a ritual called the Starfire ritual that had to do with something called lunar milk that came from the woman at a certain time, and they did some kind of alchemical process with the woman's milk and made something called lunar milk. And this ritual was called the Starfire ritual, and they did it in the pyramid, the Great Pyramid. But as the ages went on, I guess this process was too tedious. And what they began doing was something called the Firestone ritual that had to do with the Ormus. And if once you know these things and know what to look for in the ancient glyphs, you can see this is what they were doing to the pharaohs. They were giving it to them, and they called it bread. They literally called it bread. This is where the word manna actually comes from. It comes from Ormus. Was passed on to the pretty much everything the Hebrews had was they were just a traveling people that went from place to place working, and they picked up everybody's little secrets and things and all this, and they just made a big melting pot that people call the inerrant word of God now. That's pretty much what the Hebrews did.
You could continue it further, though, because I would contest against that a little bit in the fact that most cathedrals and churches were not built in the time frames that people said they were, and there is encoded unity within most of the old buildings that you see if you look at it close enough and know about color harmonies and
Do you want to
geometry.
know? You want to know something else? All the cathedrals and everything. Do you know the crescent moon and the star and the cross were connected before any of these religions? They got split up. It was all about alchemy. So cross, the original cross, actually had the crescent moon and the star at the top of the cross. So these cathedrals and everything, now you have Muslim mosques, these domes and stuff, they all used to be mixed into one. And they were like batteries, energy thing, like the Colosseum, for instance. The Colosseum is not as old as they tell you. They try to tell you the Colosseum is the whole reason they even started playing sports, the bow games inside of these energy structures, was because people started realizing, hey, when I'm in here, it feel like I got a bunch of energy. Like they started realizing they just felt energetic when they were
that was the way to control the crowd. You give them bread and circuses and they'll never revolt. So what do? You give death games, to people. Hey, can you survive 3 lions? Ha ha ha, great games. And if you look at those old games, in the middle, they had several pillars lined up. All the pillars were different. And each pillar was a semblance of a society that they had conquered.
And that's valid. But
it was them showing off, ha ha ha, look at what we do, and now we're breaking you down to the violence games to show you how far we can bring you to the dust. You love violence, death, and destruction, don't you?
And a lot of people
why
don't
the initial,
realize.
I think, versions of the Bible and Jesus' teachings was to teach people of a lower mind the analogy that you are God. You are of the highest mind, and we should all be
100%.
There's
100%.
nobody less. You are only merited by your truth.
On an on a, I don't want to say esoteric because that is esoteric. On a material esoteric level, those places they were doing that were actually made to harness the energy that was being emitted.
Right.
So like we call it loosh now today. That's like the phrase word in this moment for that energy. But they actually had the structure set up to harness this energy and stuff. And I believe that
frequency. They literally tell you that the pyramid was designed off of Earth force. So the Earth's force looks like a pyramid. Only from our dimensionality, we will say, oh, it's round or it's flat, whatever. But it's not. And if you want to think about anything that is density, it's always considered squared. We are this squared. We are that squared. We are 90 degrees to the left and below.
And how many sides does the pyramid have? Everybody always puts the pyramid with the triangle and associates it with 3. No, it's 4.
Right. It's got the 4. That is the quaternary. You have it's the Trinity has the hidden quaternary.
And that's also the X, like
yes.
what we was going over earlier, London, with the X
Go
in the
into
middle.
John D if you want to get into some numerology.
That's pardon me, I dropped out a bit there. That's that map of the brain that you had on. It kind of reminded me of is it the Vitruvian Man, Leonardo da Vinci? So,
right.
So did he know something back then that has come to light through whatever technology highlighted that?
Well, I think Da Vinci was trying to draw things in such a way that average man would think it just to be an expression or art. But to someone in the know, they could decode it. And he was trying to give the secret to the ages without telling everybody in the elite of the now that he was exposing the secrets. Like
and
his
the
last
energy.
dinner painting.
Like the energy, like Earth. From the earth, above earth is the water consciousness. Above water is the air consciousness. Above that's the fire.
You're only going to give the keys to the initiated.
And that's
and
where
the
the
initiated
original,
are the ones who are looking.
The Allah actually comes from the Vitruvian Man, the arm, leg, arm, head. That's all connected with the 5-point star. And, and even Christ consciousness is involved with that. It's so much hidden stuff, man. We could talk about it for hours upon hours. But the thing is, I'm at a point myself where I'm like, okay, now what are we going to do about it? Are we going to just keep studying and, just acquiring as much knowledge as we can? Or where do
Just
we
studying
go
into an endless nowhere?
That's what I'm saying. Like, when do we get to a point? Because there's 5 stages of there's really 6, but there's 5 stages of change. You got pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, action, and maintenance. So I feel like we've been in the contemplation / little bit of preparation, but when are we going to step into the action? And
the maintenance.
We're already in it, bro.
Well, it is, but we can't express that out loud.
All we got to do is keep doing what we're doing. We can't do any more than try and continue to do what we're doing, because people are waking up and learning how to think beyond that box. That's one of the benefits of talking about something so what's the word? So it's so sort of off topic of anything that anybody talks about, is it expands an individual's abilities, really, in all ways. Just to be challenged.
It would be in the realm of existentialism.
Say that again?
It would be in the realm of existentialism.
It would be.
How do we think about ourselves? How do we view ourselves in accordance with the world? But unfortunately, what our view ends up doing to us is that we view the world according to what they say, instead of saying, you know what, the world is what I say. And that's always been the key of what I've been told.
Yeah.
And some of us walk that path. When you get scared and you know enough knowledge, I'll tell you, there's a lot of things on YouTube I'm not going to say. I know
there's a lot of things
that I know
I've
some
read.
shit, and
There's
it's
a
not
lot of
for
things I've
everybody.
read.
That's for me. That's for me.
There's a lot of things I've read that I won't even say. Like, I won't share. Like, I've not that
I won't
I've
share
ever.
what I think can hurt people. And is that what you're trying to get at?
No, well, yeah, kind of, because I feel like the knowledge is. I don't feel like everyone can handle I feel like when you go out of your way to deliver esoteric knowledge to people that aren't seeking that, it's unnatural, and then you'll get in like almost like a erroneous reaction, like something that should not have been, but because
what you're doing is you're giving out wisdom unknowingly to unseen listeners. So you don't know who's listening that could be on the first step, so they could jump into the esoterics and lose their fucking mind and kill themselves.
right, like
I
produce,
don't want to be responsible for that.
like producing thorns and thistles.
Yes.
Instead,
like if you look at Carl Jung's work, they're literally suicide disclaimers.
Wow.
On the separation of man and dividing oneself and the chemical wedding, and it is so fucking deep. I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't question myself, but I will say it gave me a hard time, you know? And I know that I'm solid of mind.
Yeah, I had
gave me a hard time.
Something that gave me a hard time was when I came across, you know, I read the Necronomicon, and you know that.
What for?
I don't know. I just like I just said, like
you wanted to see if it would influence you.
No, I just wanted to absorb as much knowledge, like almost like kind of like the path of the Gnosticism, but I don't consider myself a Gnostic, but something similar to that. Because I consider myself like I've gotten to the point, and not in a boastful way, but like you said earlier about the God power and stuff. I like we were just saying, once I got to a certain level, it felt like my spirit is radiating at a frequency high enough to where I know that I'm protected. So I know that I'm able to maybe read some things that others might read and like go full blown off the page. And I actually had an experience like that like decades ago when I got started trying to dive into things a little too soon, and I had a supernatural experience, and it was pretty freaky. So, you know,
you stepped too far, and they gave you a warning.
Exactly.
They
And
said,
it was
hey,
the same.
step
It was
back.
the same night. It was the same exact night too. I had an out of body experience and all that. But after the Necronomicon is like baby food. Like that's not even. That's like the top surface. So then I'm at a bookstore. I always go to old like hole in the wall bookstores, like resale bookstores. So I don't go to like Barnes and Noble or nothing like that. I always go to these little hole in the wall things. And I came across this little old book about called Sethian Magic. And of course it's talking about Set from, Egypt. And the whole thing is
the brother
that
of Horus.
Right. The brother of Osiris, the uncle of
Osiris.
Horus.
Sorry, Horus was
Yeah.
the son of Osiris. Sorry.
So they basically make it, and then there's a New Age book too that I have that actual doctor, like a scientist, wrote. That is, I don't know if I have it right in front of me or not, but it's like talking about the power of the dark energy, right? So, it's called Dark Light Consciousness. It says melanin, serpent power, and luminous matrix of reality. So the whole thing is that we have it backwards, that we think that God is light, but actually what their outlook is, the true God is the darkness, like I said earlier about the unified field, where no thing exists. That's below everything, and the light actually comes from the darkness. So that's their whole outlook on this Sethian. It's a reversal, and that's also where like the Baphomet. The Baphomet is just alchemy graph as well, just like the Vitruvian Man. But this Sethian stuff flips it all upside down and says, no, you got it wrong. That the triple black darkness, that's what they say, triple black darkness is where all life comes from. They call it chaos energy.
Okay,
And
okay.
supposedly this is what CERN is trying to tap into, aka antimatter. So I came across that, and so these ancestors know, they knew this. So how did they know this? Did they tap in within themselves and they just brought it out, or is there another consciousness here that is guiding man and making, and basically duking us, hoodwinking us?
I would say that every consciousness is here right now.
So this is the chaos. That's what they're talking about, tapping into that through the eye.
That looks like a nice blue-eyed person.
It's the atom. That's what I'm talking about, the atom. Right? This is the realm. This is us. Where the black dot, apparently this is the earth, right? The moon, this is the lens, right? Now, let me cook real quick because I want to show you guys something, right? Check me out real quick now, right? 420 if you got that shit. I ain't even got it, but I'm going to cook it.
I got an edible, but it probably won't kick in till the time it's over.
I got some, but I got to grind it up and shit. Hold on.
Check me out now, right? Because I've been telling people it's the lens now, right? We're gonna do a little something. Now they're showing us our realm. These are one of the oldest depictions of our realm, right? But look how they're showing it, right? Within the atom, the nucleus, right? The egg, right? The lens is the egg, right?
Right.
So where was we? Like even with these ones here, right? They're showing us. Here again, you've got the firmament, the waters. Got the black dot again, right? Right, and you can see through this one again.
London said, "Let me cook."
We got him excited.
Right. I'm gonna show you something in plain sight, right? Just remember we were talking about X-rays and these type of images, what they're showing us, right? When they show us the realm, right? So once again, we know what
So
they're
you're
showing
saying that single mode viewing gives you the greatest perspective?
Yes.
Because we can't see it through the lens we're looking at.
Look, Mars is within the firmament. Look, Mars firmament.
That looks like a proper eye, dude.
Yeah.
Like
Mars
all day.
Right? That's what they're showing you there.
I mean, he tied something into Mars earlier, but we'll go over that later.
You come out of that a second. Whoops. God.
Yeah, supposedly everything is within, everything up to Saturn is supposedly under the firmament. That's why the Greeks, the word for heaven in Greek is Uranus. So it seems like the ancient Greeks knew this as well. They said that the true heavens began at Uranus, and the word for heaven in Greek is Uranus with the O.
All right, so we're gonna go back over here real quick. All right, we're gonna show you a few of these ones just so you understand. So you just remember the black dot, right? That's the lens, right? Lens. Got the lens. There's a reason why they got it black. They could have put it any other color, but they left it black, right? Pretty sure that this one got a blue tinge to it. See a little blue on this one. Alright, so remember the black dot right now. On this one even here, they're showing you again. With the round, right? That's the black dot.
That's the crescent. That's the alchemical sign right there. The crescent.
And that's the back of the head too. If you were looking at the back of somebody's head with a diagram on it, it would look like that.
It would. It would indeed. It would indeed. See, the eye and the brain is very synonymous as well. The way how it's shaped with the lens. Sorry, the brain and the brain and the lens, should I say?
I think that it's the lens that creates the reality. There has to be lenses or mirrors that project these things down, because it is the eye that creates density, that causes things to freeze.
It creates the placement of the light.
Well, light in codified form, not in ethereal form.
Right.
It's frozen spirit.
So kind of like settles it.
Because first density is existence. Second density is spirit. Third density is consciousness. Fourth
So
density
with
is
that being
time.
said, if we have two different kind of lenses, we have a convex lens and a what's convex and
concave.
Yeah. So we got one that is divergent, where it splits the light. It sends the light all apart from each other. And the other one is divergent. It brings all the light together to one point. That would be like the sun, the focal point of the sun, where all the light comes through the lens of the firmament and makes a intersection that we call the focal point, that we call the sun.
Can I tell you where things change that don't make sense? You could take any magnifying glass, just like the lens of the eye, and everything flips upside down. So how come we don't see anything flipped upside down 15 feet in front of us?
I believe that's where your pineal gland probably comes into play. Where you just asked London is the single vision, like the highest or the best. I think that our division, the split vision through the two eyes, I think the light comes through there and it goes into the one, that's why they want the one calcified, so it can't decipher the light. So now you really just walking through life, and like you said, you're seeing things upside down, pretty much. You know, in a spiritual sense.
Just saying. Just saying. Something out there is looking out for us.
Facts.
Otherwise, we would not be able to hear what we see.
I
Like what
believe
London's trying to say, get this. I can tell you right now that I have the belief that I think that anything that we can imagine has already happened, or you can't imagine it.
Well, that's the same as you know, what is loosed on heaven is loosed on earth. You know, nothing new under the sun.
Right.
You know, micro,
That was my
macro.
progression of that thought. That's where I started from. If there's nothing new under the sun, then what does this mean?
And you know, something I always I go back to is the word, how Christ said, you know, if that the faith of a mustard seed can move a mountain. Well, today faith is coincided with the word belief, but faith, the real etymology where faith meant knowing, not believing. You believe in, you know, the tooth fairy. You got to know something. So you got to know something, even if you don't visually see it, to bring it in to the visual. And
I could
that's
blow
what
your
we're
mind
lacking.
about faith.
We're lacking that as a cohesive unit. And I think that's what I was saying earlier about where is this headed? Like we at some point we got to start coming into agreement with each other with authenticity, like you said. That's the strongest frequency, that is fundamentally based on love, and so the authentic agreement, and then we can move mountains.
You know how? It's called resonance. All we need is 1,000 pendulums or 100,000 or 1,000,000 pendulums together, and we all will eventually start coming to the same points, the same resonance. You know? We're all weeding through the shit. It's just how far through the shit are you? So I think some of us who are further down the line can help the others kind of advance in the way, but not in the way that would hurt you. Because I do think there are bits of information that you shouldn't tell people. I really
And
do.
I also feel like we're like legs, and I feel like we're all in the same body, like a body. And I feel like those that are out in front are the leg that has stepped ahead, and we can't go too much further without the other leg beginning to step forward. And that's where I kind of feel like we're at right now with like spiritual leaders and people, true spiritual leaders, not like, like TD Jakes or Joel Osteen or something. I'm talking about like
fake ass sad guru.
Yeah, I'm talking about like what we're doing. You know what I mean? Like I always feel like we can't go too far ahead of the people. You know what I mean?
No, you can't, because then you don't have any connection to relate with them to expand on what you're trying to say, because you're just so far past it that you can't relate.
You know, and
But
that's what
if you
that
think about the
ascended.
progression of the path and time, once you get to removing the self, you realize time is an illusion. There's no difference between remembering 5 years ago and 5 seconds ago.
Big fact.
If you start thinking about it in that way, and that was my connection since I was very young to a photographic memory that made me question why I could never find anybody who had the same type of memory. And then I always thought, oh, well, you're gifted, and there you lead into ego, the first trap of the esoterics. We'll give you a gift, and then we'll see whether or not you manipulate people or you move forward. And for a long time, I bragged about how smart I was, and then I realized I was the biggest fool in the world, that I don't know anything. I just have a good connection to my intuition that always gives me the answer to limitless time.
I think death is a lot like that. Like people, like it's painful and this and that. I think it's when we come to the realization of what's really going on, it's gonna be similar to you like going to bed at night and waking up. Like it's gonna be like literally like one night of sleep. As far as like losing a loved one, like it's an
Yes, but
illusion.
their death usually ends up causing an inverse change in people to become better. And their deaths were, I'm sorry, meant to happen when they happened.
Fact. That's big facts.
I'm sorry. And I can say that from someone that has a mother who committed suicide. So, those things were meant to cause change in our lives to,
Yeah,
let
my
us
mom
know
passed
that
that
not
up.
everything negative is a bad thing. It's meant to make you change. And if you keep ignoring the bad signs, then you'll never change. You'll use it as an excuse to be weak.
Yeah.
Hey, check me out real quick, yeah?
Go ahead, bro.
I ain't finished giving it to you guys.
Oh shit, we went on a tangent.
Check,
Hey,
no,
let
good.
him finish talk,
Hey,
bro.
no, remember, listen, I took my time and rolled up my spliff, so that was good. You lot was filling in the gap. That's brilliant,
Okay.
man.
Okay.
Let me just introduce this one, because I just noticed that. Have you covered on the sort of like the lens, the shape of the lens? What do you think about looking at a spoon? And if you look in the bowl of the spoon, it's upside down image. If you look on the reverse, it's a correct way up image. Have you covered that at all?
No, I haven't. That's good. I like that. I haven't really touched on that. I like that.
That's pretty cool, Richard. Just for 5 seconds, I just want to say that touches on what Homeboy was saying about the negative being smaller and things being projected out larger from what it is, because the spoon will do just that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The spoon, just so you can just flip it.
Right.
So that
There is no spoon. Sorry.
Ah,
Go ahead. Go ahead, London.
The spoon is the example of the dome.
I know where you're going. I know exactly where you're going. So I was using that. Okay, I did kind of use that as the moon reference, right? You know that when you go into a store, right, and you walk down to the bottom of the aisle, and then you look up, and they've got that concave mirror, right?
Exactly.
And you can see everywhere in the
Right.
thing. Cover your spectrum, right? I did cover that part of it, but I didn't cover the spoon. I've never mentioned the spoon, but I did mention that type of effect.
That mirror is we're portrayed up the right way, so that is a convex.
That's the moon.
Yes, convex.
Yeah.
Convex, exactly.
It bulges out rather than bulging in, which is a concave. It's like a cave.
Exactly.
Which would explain why the moon can project the whole cosmos, even though it's smaller than we are.
Yeah.
And that's where everyone is. When you present this to like flat earthers and stuff, they get totally
Wait a minute.
they can't even conceive it, because I think London is on the right track of being able to present this to flat earthers, because it's not just about the bottom being like the flatness, not like you got to take it a step further. And I believe this is a very good angle to take. Like, this is a really
The dome
good.
is the lens.
And think about it. What if there's a convex and a concave lens, or just two of the same, but they're flipped? You see what I'm saying? So and that's actually like, if you look at like Jay Dreamers, he's one of the guys that has like the model of that, where it shows the little dome up top that's like inverted, and then we have our big dome. You know what I mean? Like, and then the light comes in through there, and it don't. You guys know the whole thing.
And if you put convex mirrors back to back, you've got a magnifying glass. And if you look at it through a pair of binoculars back to front, everything is really, 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 really tiny. So is that presumably that's an optical illusion.
Yeah, but
Think about this.
That's two
And I know
lenses.
London's trying to cook, but real quick, think about this. If you keep going inward, like microscopic, I'm talking about like in. Do you know you will not know if you're going inward microscopic or going outward telescopic? You won't know. There will be literally no difference. And if you're going out into the cosmos with a telescope or going in with a microscope, you literally will get into the same exact place, like a realm of it. It's pretty crazy. I know you guys know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that's frequency.
Yeah,
that's like the
everything's frequency.
So yeah, cool. Where was I now? All right. So look, check this out, right? Remember, this is how they describe the realm, right? But on a in a crystalline state, right? This is how they're describing the realm. Now, this is the picture of the realm. Now, I want to show you something exactly like this with a dot in the middle. It's in a crystalline state, right? So I'm going with the hair now. You see this right here?
Wow. And I will admit, this looks like the alchemical symbol for Mercury.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And Mercury is also represented by the eagle.
Well, it means the generative force. If you spin Mercury, it creates electricity.
Can you flip that upside down, that image? Not that one, the one before. Can you flip it?
Wow. That's awesome. Where'd you get that?
Whoa.
What is that?
That's an eye.
No, like, where did you get this image? Because it just looks awesome.
Oh,
man,
but you know what this is? This is the eye of Ra.
It looks like if I could look at reality without deception.
Look, I'm gonna show you something, bro. Let's go. Hold on. Let's go over here a second. 1 second.
Also looked like Dagon a little bit it had like a fish tail on it too.
Where's it gone? 1 second.
The fish is nothing but a wave, brother.
Let's do the. Cool.
And a wave is nothing but a period in time. That was the time of the fish. Now it is not.
We're gonna go over to Google Lens, right? Then we're gonna throw it in there, right?
That's cool.
Right, it's giving you different spectrums, but this one in particular, where is it gone again? Oh, don't tell me they removed it. Hold on.
Look at that cross right there.
Right? That looks like us being imaged down, like if you could look down on us.
It also kind of looks like a pine cone right there to the right a little bit.
Well, this one?
No, down a little bit. Right there.
What you have is emitting light from a torus field.
What? Hold on. Did they even moved it? Hold on a second. Wait there. Guys, sneaky. How come it's not there anymore? Let me hold on.
Cheeky bastards.
See if it comes up now. No, they've removed it. When I threw it in there the first time, it came up with a collage, and it was Eye of Ra. I was like, okay. That's where that's the European, one of the European.
A lot of good images you got right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, cool. So now you guys kind of see what I'm kind of showing you, right? With it. So look at this. I know exactly what they're showing me, right? This is the lens, but they've turned the image negative to a positive, where it's not black anymore, right? It's in the white stage. They're showing you this, right? What I've been showing you guys, but just in a white stage now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why does it say 10.8 degrees?
Where did it say that? Where was it? Where was it?
Dude, that has a number synchronicity that you're not aware of, dude.
Yeah, here, look, the degrees right
Holy
here.
shit.
Well, anytime it's a 9, that's always significant.
No, 108 is the significance of how many breaths we take in a day, which is 180,000. So the 108 is very significant to Hindu religion.
Okay. Well, I just learned something new.
Mm-hmm.
The 108 is very significant to the Hindus. It means the breath.
You said 180,000?
I believe so. Is how many breaths we take in a day. Everything in the Hindu culture revolves around the 108.
What is this right here, London?
Like 1080, where we get the whole 1080 comes from them.
This right here, they're showing
Which
you
means 9.
They're showing you the lens, right? I'm gonna show you now. This is what they're showing you, right? Just imagine this being like this is a X-ray, a scan of a person, right? I know full well, right? Now this is what NASA would present you, but when they present it to you, they would pretty it up like this, right? Look, this is NASA, space influenced by the sun, heliosphere, right? This is what they're showing you. Look, this is the moon, our lens. Look, you can see it. This is like someone's face.
What do you think you could do if you could expose these images? Because we're looking at these through radio waves and X-rays. What would they? Do you think they would look like people in the stars if we could look at this through regular people light?
Possibly, I don't know.
It would look like a energy signature. It would, you know, I think they all would vary. They all would have their different signatures.
But I'm wondering if we wouldn't like see a full face or
I think we would
a
see
full person.
I think we would.
I've
But I
seen
think
a clip. I've seen a clip where someone was zoomed in, like not NASA or nobody, like somebody
On the
zoomed in
moon?
with their no, it was a star, and they showed a hand, what looked like a hand going on
Going
top.
over it. I saw that.
Yeah, yo. It looked like they were fixing the frequency or something, like
But it would have
fixing
to be the size of Galactus.
I played that the
bro.
other day.
But then you remember that? Did you see the face by the moon? I mean, that could have been blue beam
We showed that
technology.
here.
That big face by the moon.
Fucking A, dude.
That looked like a Titan that just woke up, man. Like,
I
and
don't
then
care what you say. I think that might have been made up to create some fear because that scared the shit out of me. You can't just look at that and not feel like, oh, fuck. I'm nothing. I'm an ant.
And bro, and then like at the same time, people are starting to see that huge snake that's down there, the bottom of South America. Like, it's a lot of things. But like you said earlier,
You mean the one at the very tip?
yes,
it died.
So that's like a fossilized, like petrified
I
old
believe
world.
so. The Ouroboros that encircles us right around the edge before the perimeter.
Listen to this. I just came across this awesome documentary, and I'm gonna end up. I'll give you guys the link, but I mean, I don't come across too many good documentaries anymore, and I don't know how I stumbled. Well, I do know how I stumbled across it, The Great Spirit, but
There are no coincidences.
Yeah, but this video, it showed how we were much, much, much bigger, more than you can even fathom, and that they said that. Check this out, yo. And I don't know if it's gonna blow your mind right now because I don't have the visuals to show you, but they said Eve, her real resting place is Mount Everest. Mount Everest is Eve at rest.
Wow. Like the night sky.
Mount Everest is Eve laying down where she laid down and actually went to rest. Mount
Have you
Everest.
ever heard the creation story of Mary?
Which one?
Jesus' mother.
Yeah, I've heard the Essene version, how like generations, like she was like
she was of immaculate conception too. And guess what? Her parents were big motherfuckers. Her dad was Joachim, and Joachim, they said, was rumored recently that they found his grave in Afghanistan or one of those Middle Eastern countries, and it's the biggest grave they found in the world at 36 feet long. And there's a picture that I showed on one of our shows that shows Mary full grown as an adult sitting in their hand.
So
And
supposedly
he fasted for 40 days and 40 nights and abstained from sex. And an angel came to him and said, "We will grant you a child." And that was Mary, which was also in the same valley as the Imperial Roman Mint, which was a silver mine, which ties into current history because that's where Marie Curie found plutonium and uranite in the 1800s.
And they also say Mary's cousin had a virgin birth as well with John the Baptist. Owen.
Well, she could have been made up. Her name was Mary Curie. That sounds a lot like Mercury.
That's what I was about to say. Mercury.
All of that.
That's what that sounds like. That stuff that we talking about the other day with machine lives. That's what it sounds like.
Right.
But so
Mercury,
listen,
Mary Curie. Get the
so
fuck out of here. I'm not stupid.
the theory about this and the reason we're so big, though we were so big, is the theory in this documentary is that the plane is actually expanding. So the fake version they give you, the universe is expanding. It's not the universe. I mean, you could say, but it's not like outer space. It's the plane we're on is expanding, and technically that's why we're getting smaller, because it's relativity, because the plane itself is getting bigger. That was the
Possibly,
theory.
yes, as it expands to its concentric point and then starts collapsing back down.
Right.
But I don't think what
Exactly.
people are not controlling, which is why we can't find the number of true relativity, is they're not trying to account in conscious control over the expansion of the universe. Because if you think about any civilization, which there are millions that have reached the point of non-death or dying, they're going to think about the expanse of a million years at a time. So therefore, their logic is more in coherence with, hey, we need to slow down the expansion of the contraction of the universe. So therefore, we can't get the true number of relativity unless we know the true number of relative conscious control over the fucking universe, and then we can open wormholes and have a true theory of relativity.
So that's probably where population control comes into play.
Well, they don't want us to manifest on a great level, because if we come to one unity, then we will unite, and that's what they do not want. That's why they separated us. And unfortunately, with the CO-19 thing that happened, unfortunately, what they did was they affected the entire planet, the entire mind of the planet at one time, and that was not what they should have done, because we all resisted in the same way. So the mind of the planet has nothing to do this but do the same. They went against their own fear faction by doing that shit to us. They were trying to push how far they could take us. And we said no. You do
How
that
far
again and we will fuck you up.
And not only we, I mean, what
Oh,
is
look,
we?
hold on. Look, you see it down here, right? Look, hold on. Let me get it back up a bit. 1 second. You see it in the title, right? Eye of Horus and Ra, flaming heart in water, right?
The cherubim.
That's the lens they're talking about in water, right? The eye of the heart. Remember when I was showing you like the reading of the cosmos? They're talking about the eye of the heart, just like motherfucking Pluto, right? Pluto's got the same, right?
Look at my man down at the bottom right, riding on the cherubim.
Alien boy. So yeah, this is what they're showing.
That's on
The Eye
point.
of Ra. Eye of Ra. You're in the crystal. That little black dot. Remember I showed you like the black dot earlier, right?
That's a crazy picture right there, boy.
The black dot.
And what is that? 6 wings? Don't they say like the cherubim got 6 wings, or the seraphim? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wow.
Yeah. That's even in our brains.
3D, Mario scan, scope. Okay, yeah.
There's the IXXI, the 911.
This one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Let me get back to this bitch right here. That's what they're showing you. That's so basically, remember when they show you a nebula? This is how a nebula would look, but without the cloud. When they show you the nebula. Right? And they always say, is it possible to live inside of a nebula? And look what they're showing you. Inside of the nebula.
But it's weird though, London, because if they're showing you that picture, they're just showing you Hubble. They're not showing you a conscious lens, they're showing you an artificial lens. I am really curious what that would look like with our eyes.
With our eyes, did you say?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you. Hold on.
You would see more. You would see more of a signature pattern instead of like the solid. You know what I mean? More of a fluidity. Even though it's a still picture, you would have a sense of the fluidity of it.
No, I'm thinking you'd see nothing different than you'd see here. You'd see a face or a tree or fucking another planet that is, we're a planet within a goddamn planet. Like you said, we're within the snake eye that is going around the circle of another eye.
This is what
I see it.
Right? They're showing you this. I'm gonna show you this little thing, right? This is a little thing they're showing you. But this right here, right? Moonrise. This is someone's eye. You see how it's looking like the moon in the back, but it's the lens.
That's almost the exact same thing as the inside of a cell.
Yeah. Look, they've even called it moonrise. Well, I can't paint the picture any clearer with the halo included.
Dang.
Look.
You said that was a picture of a real, I saw somebody's real eye?
Yeah, this is someone's real eye.
That one right there?
Yeah, look.
Man,
this image sublated cataracts in the right eye of a patient. Right, with glaucoma.
That's insane.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that the reality we see now means that our universe right now is so negative it's considering that it has cataract syndrome?
Possibly. That's what the plasma event could be like, trying to
reset. Exactly.
Ooh.
Exactly.
Some LASIK. They're doing some LASIK on this shit.
Exactly.
Hitting it with some frequency, be like, you know what? What could hurt if we just suddenly give a few motherfuckers the ability to fly? Sorry, not sorry. What if we all of a sudden start showing you videos of real griffins? Which I don't know if it's true on TikTok, but I've seen everything you can think of so far, and it looks pretty real.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty big dragons that looked as
the ones in the clouds they show flying around?
Yeah. In the storms.
Ones breathing down on volcanoes and shit.
Man,
you have a hard time differentiating what's AI and what's fucking. But at the end of the day, I really don't think it matters. How much I believe in it is how much I think I can make it true.
But look at the picture that London showed, that right there, right? So that looks exactly like our crater, you know, with the little belt going over top of it, which you would call whatever, the equator or the equatorial, the path of the precession line or whatever. So,
like the sun is just the refraction of the lens.
Exactly.
From a light source on the other side. So the sun we're seeing is not what we're seeing. It's a refraction of the lens.
Right. But look,
the moon is something different.
Even the skin looks like dirt. So, like, that's going back to, if we keep going micro, it's gonna look the same as macro. So, like you said, we're in the eye of a snake that's going around another eye. Man, we just
the water, the eye sits in water.
Man, we're literally giants and we're bacteria at the same time.
Right? Anything and everything that we could imagine, all existing at the same time on the highest level and the lowest levels.
Bro, that's insane, man.
With the infinite now existing right motherfucking now.
Like,
that's what I was talking about the other night, was that I'm starting to believe that our future is our past and our past is our future.
I'm 100% convinced about that.
Everything seems to be happening in reverse.
But my thing is, I also believe there's a realm that's outside of this, because I think that would be like purgatory, like purging, the tour of the purge, to purge your soul. I believe that's the infinity loop where the past is the future and the future is the past. I believe once you get up out of this loop, that's eternity, that's when
right,
you
which is what is explained in the Bible when they say we are legion. If you become like everybody else, you are stuck in a loop and therefore you are destroyed. You have no life, even if you're alive.
So think about it. Who would govern that loop? It would be time. So they have made the archetype of time Saturn, or Kronos, that eats his own children. They call him L. So the L eats are the ones that are making sure that L eats. So they're the ones that have been given this knowledge, that know they're in an infinite loop, but have decided to stay here and make their heaven within this. Kind of like the guy in the Matrix eating the steak that turned on him, that said, you know what, I know this
I'd
steak
rather
is
be asleep.
right. That's who
right?
the elites
It
are.
don't matter because it's all impulses to your brain. But if that's the case, then my imagination is my limitation, not what's going on around me. Because that has been projected for me, and it ain't real. I'd rather go with what London says and fucking up this reality and go, you know what? It's what I make it. Because I have the highest propensity and the highest knowledge, and I do nothing but research this shit to where I can tell you, I can give you the finite points. But I'd rather just give you a general way to get you excited about the subject, to make you passionate about the way that I am. It's an adventure every motherfucking day. I don't have to listen to the radio. I don't have to watch TV. Fuck that shit. Everything that goes on my mind is an adventure every day because it's always a new subject.
Time out, time out, time out, please.
What's up, Rich?
Fuck me.
We blow you up? What's up?
No, London, I'm gonna hit the sack, bro.
Oh, okay.
All right. The only reason I interject is I'm running this on my channel as well.
Yes.
If anybody's watching it on my channel, the links are all over the place to bring you to London's channel to watch it. Because I'll probably end up stopping it now. All right.
Okay. Good stuff.
Cheers for that, bro.
No problem. Anytime, my man. You know this.
Hope you've been well, Rich. It's been a long time since I seen you, man.
Yeah, I've been out of it. Believe it or not, I haven't been able to speak. I've been really struggling speaking, which I still am, but now I'm audible. Now, can you just tell me, I went off and bought a tuning fork. I wanted to get the 432 but, in my local shop. You know, all they had was a 440. So I got this one. I think I got it on eBay, this one. 528 hertz. What's that? What was that there?
That was 432.
Was it? This is a tuning fork. That sounds like a bowl. Is it a bowl?
I do have an Indian chiming bowl that is 432.
Yeah.
London knows this. I've been using it as a ringing bell when people argue, and somehow it calms people down.
Right, I've just been ringing this. This is a fork, so it's not going to be as loud. But tell me if you can hear this. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's 528. But I went into my local music shop a year ago, something like that, and I said, "Oh, have you got a tuning for it for 432?" And he said, "What's that?" This is in a shop that sells instruments, music, all of it.
Wow.
So I tried to explain to this guy. He was sort of early 20s, something like that, but he wasn't aware of 432. So
it's Earth frequency.
Say again?
It's Earth frequency. 528 is love frequency.
Yeah. So it's quite fascinating, really. There is, I mean, I sort of looked at it with skepticism until such point as because of the state of my health, I sort of tried it, and what it does to you is it induces a calm. It's something to focus on. That is, what you say is a love frequency, but once you tune into that frequency, that is specifically about one thing, i.e., love. So you twang that. There's love. Love to you all. Love to me. Love to everything.
Wow.
Yeah, and you've got 432.
I think some of these frequencies have an after effect, because when you initially hear the first tone, you hear it, but once you hear the resonance, you hear like another weird sound that comes with it. Like when I do my bowl, I can hear the sound, but in the last few seconds, I hear a chirping.
Yeah. Look at that.
So it changes.
And the thing is, what it actually has done for me, just in a short space of time I've been using it, is, and I sort of dropped off of using it a lot when I first had it. I don't really use it now quite so much, but what it does, it trains you to listen to the microscopic, those very, 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 very quiet, that they're almost inaudible, but you're trained from the loudness, the big bang, and it draws you to down that funnel. It's like stretching out a bit of chewing gum.
That gave me a buzz. I'm not going to lie. I took a big deep breath in when you did that.
Yeah? Wow.
Holy shit.
528 hertz, that. It was about a tenner, I think. No, it was about 15 quid. And I thought, I've got to try it, because in my state of health, I've got to try everything I can, really. Even these old wives' tales, etc. But there is something so, well, for me, there's something so important in that it explains that if we can attune ourselves with a frequency, specifically the frequency that is Jesus Christ, and how we portray him as he's been portrayed in Scripture, all we got to do is align ourselves with that as the elements, the multi-frequencies that make up the one frequency.
I think that's what the Philosopher's Stone meant, was perfecting oneself to the Jesus consciousness state to crystallize and make yourself into the healer.
Absolutely that.
Right.
Absolutely that.
Right.
So
that's why anybody else who is false of nature, who tried to create the Philosopher's Stone, couldn't do it. They were not free of spirit. They wanted to use it for ego, and they wanted to make gold. Gold is the egoic trap of alchemy. If you go for the gold, you've lost. If you can turn that gold into a purer form, a little more purple, a little more harder, a little more crystalline, man, what you can do with that is of your own divining. And that's what London is doing. Like, I'll admit, most of what Richard and, I'm sorry, I don't know your handle. What's your name?
Chief Iron.
T-Fire?
Chief Iron.
Chief Iron
Chief
Bush.
Fire.
You can just call me Chief Iron or Chief.
Oh, Chief Iron, F-E?
Chief Iron.
That's what's
You
on the
can just
chart
call,
for
you
iron
can
is
just say
F-E.
Chief. Yep,
I could call you
fee.
Faye.
Is that Chief Ironside?
No, that was one of our presidents, wasn't it? Jackson? Chief Ironsides?
No, that was a television
No,
program back in
My real name is Iron Bush. That is my real name. So, I am real chief of the Lenape Hopewell tribe. I'm Sagamore of the Yanami clan of the Lenape tribe. As far as I know, I'm the second youngest chief on American soil.
Dude, whatever, dude. You just threw down like some dope ass shit, and now none of us can compare.
Nah, but I don't.
Like, well, actually, I'm not trying to say I'm royalty, but fuck.
But this is the first time I've even told you guys. I mentioned to London one time, but I didn't say too much. But
No,
you
I
can tell,
appreciate it, man. I'm just giving you shit.
I try not to associate too hard with anything, that
I think we might have a connection there, bro. I'm related to the last Cherokee chief.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, even though
We'll
his
have to have
name's completely white, it confuses me.
we'll have to have a talk about that one day, man.
Yeah, his name's John Ross.
Yeah, there's
John Ross was the last Cherokee chief.
a lot of our chiefs actually had two names. They had their colonized name, and then they had their native name. But what they did was they took, and I ain't gonna take you guys too far down another path, but they basically, in a strategic manner, took our native tongues away from us. Like if you Google my tribe's native tongue, which is called Unami, they tell you the language is officially extinct. Like they say, there's nobody that speaks it fluently anymore, which could I don't know, it could be true. Like I speak enough of it to know basic things, like different animals and certain things, foods and stuff. But as far as like speaking how we're speaking now, I don't know. I don't know if that's kind of messed up, man.
Right? Can't share too much, man.
Nah,
I'm telling you, I tried to connect with past self before and past meditations, and I thought I connected with the past Indian life, and it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, I've had some dreams and visions come to me it all happened when I was younger. All my things, like my wife doesn't believe in reincarnation, but I was given some stuff that there's no way. This was before internet, before, like, I think internet existed, but it wasn't in people's houses and stuff like that. So I was at an age where I wasn't able to look it up and go after this information that was revealed to me in a dream. But it pretty much showed me things and even names that I should not and could not have known. And then once, years later, when the internet came out, this dream always stuck with me. I ended up looking things up, and it just blew my mind, and it verified like I've been here before. You know what I mean? I wasn't given too much, but just enough for me to know that I've been here before.
Well, you can prove it too. Like if you want to tell your wife something about synchronicities that will mess with her, ask her the same thing I've postulated to other people. That have you ever had things happen in your life or certain tics that you have that weren't naturally derived from your environment? What has always bothered you that didn't seem derived from who you naturally were? That one weird thing that's like, I don't know why I'm this way, but like I hate water, or I can't wear shorts, or this or that.
Scared of
That
birds.
is past life karma infecting you of the now, asking you to resolve past karma.
Yeah, she's like totally freaked out by birds, yo. Like birds is like, and she like when sometimes she even sounds like a bird. So it's kind of like
That's her animal type, right?
It possibly could be her spirit animal.
So when she first possibly came into expression of density, she came in the expression of a bird. Which there's the bird race too. There's second from the Lyrans.
But now she's like she fears birds. She's like,
so she
really
fears who she is.
Possibly.
Everybody has a tendency to look into the keyhole and either fear what they see or open the door. The problem is that when Alice goes into Wonderland, why do you think she always keeps leaving? When the kids go into the wardrobe, why do they always keep going back? Because you stay in Wonderland too long, your mind becomes Wonderland. If you keep dipping in and out of your imagination and your real logical thought, then you are in true balance of the two. That's why, that's what it means to go in and out of the wardrobe and back and forth between the two.
A lot of the Tibetan monks get caught up in that, you know, because they're like masters at the astral plane and project. Not all of them, but
right. But they have a karma of themselves of being 95% service to self, 5% service to others. Which is still of negative path, and the only way to go through that path is to be of 95%. You have to be 95 plus to be on that path, which is why they're aesthetic. They abstain from sex. They separate these kids from other people. You know, it's their own world. But that is honestly the negative path. The other way, the positive path, only requires you to be 51% positive and 49% negative because you realize what the negative does. That's how you can exist within this reality of shit and still cause change. You know what it is because you've grown up in it, but you've always never believed in it. And you know you can create a better one. And that's what I'm doing. I just haven't gotten to the point to where I feel comfortable enough explaining that to people to where I don't think they would destroy themselves. So
have you
therefore
heard,
now it's for me.
Have you heard the Freemason concept of you know how water freezes at 32 degrees? So 33-degree Freemasonry is like the unfreezing of the consciousness.
Right.
Have you heard that before?
Well, Freemasonry supposedly goes up to the 99th degree.
Yeah, depending on which lodge or rite, the Scottish
Once you
rite.
go past 3-3, it goes downward. They'd start talking about the bad guy. That's why you have to get to the 3-3 because it avoids the fourth. Think about it. It avoids the quaternary. What's hidden within the ternary? So what they do is remove God. A Freemason requires you to believe in a God. No specific God, but a God.
Mm-hmm.
I literally had a guy tattooing me, telling me, because he was a Freemason, all about it. And he's like, no, all our only rule is that you believe in a God. And I'm like, okay. There's a lot of people we could assume is God. So that seems like a pretty dangerous game you're fucking playing. Especially when all your symbolism relates to certain alchemical symbology that does not resonate very well with me.
So check this out. Do you think that's the reason why? I think I've heard a few people say that Billy Carson, right? He was saying the real translation in the Bible, when it was God, it was plurals. It was always with an S.
Right.
Plural. Yeah.
Well, there were certain parts of the Bible that have God as singular, and there is certain parts of the Bible that have gods with an S. That means of lower form, but the way we translate that now with simple words and the diffusion of language is this bullshit of thinking that they are both the same. They are not. This is higher density from us, so we would view them as gods, like we look at ants. Would you be able to go put an ant in your hand and explain yourself to him, and then tell me that ant is going to do what you say?
Nope.
It is no different than anything higher density than from us. It's going to look like magic because we don't understand it. But once we become of that density in our mind, we immediately start to see we are as them and they are as us, and that is happening right now.
Go pour like some melted ice cube you left in your car. Pour that out the window and it hits a couple ants. There's your deluge. You know what I mean?
Perspective.
That's their great deluge that happens every 12,900 hours.
Think about every time you mow your yard.
Hours.
It's
You're
crazy,
killing
man.
thousands of insects and just completely leveling their world.
Just walking through it.
Yep. Sorry, anthill.
Hey, check this out. Do you remember we was talking about the face by the moon the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But check this one out. I think it's back, but for this time around, it's looking mad. Let's have a look.
There was a second and a third London. This didn't happen once.
But did you see the color?
Dude, that guy posted 2 or 3 different videos of it happened several months apart.
But did he show you? Okay, but did you see the color change in it? Did you see that one?
No.
Okay, let's have a look.
Oh, bro.
He's back. The filmer of Face by the Moon has released a new video that he is now calling Demonic Face by the Moon.
This is the moon. So far, you can't see it. You can't see it with the naked eye. You have to zoom in.
This time, he clarifies that you can't see the face with the naked eye, and you have to zoom in with a camera, which was a question I had all along. And why then, in the original Face by the Moon, did he have his family and friends or neighbors out all looking up at the sky and saying that they can see it, yet most of them did
There
not
it is.
have a camera?
Y'all see that? Now that's the face, people. It's up there again. It's up there again. There's the face. Yes, sir.
I think it proves that not everybody sees everything the same shape or color.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
Like, this is from somebody's perspective from their phone, so this is their eye projecting into their phone, and we're seeing their mind.
It is June the 21st.
Wow.
2024.
Man, what in the world?
It's not zoom.
And why is he missing a tooth?
Somebody knocked him out.
You start brushing, motherfucker.
It's the same shooter that clipped Trump's ear.
No, I'm not panicking. I've been seeing this thing.
He probably caught some of that Kansas City meth.
Where is their footage, I wonder?
I'll let you know how far I zoomed into the moon I was. Here we go. This is not what you're seeing. This, if I zoomed in, what do you see? Bricks. I'm sorry.
And how do they know it's demonic?
It's a bit strange. It's because it is.
I'll tell you what, you know what I think it really is?
Credit. This face.
Honesty. I think I got the answer. I
No,
think
you
I
don't.
know what that is.
Anything to anybody.
I don't know
There it
how
is.
he is zooming.
It might scare people, but it's an elemental.
But it just does not look
I don't know
real.
what that is.
And the moon does not look
If
real.
we think about the densities and how far they go up, so for every density that goes up a level, it actually increases in height and size.
There's the moon again. I'm gonna zoom up closer.
So we think as elementals on a basic level, but I think they're astronomical in size.
Full moon. What's that?
Well, the first guy looked like he knocked out the second guy.
Yeah, the other one looked a little bit more stoic without his mouth open like a mouth breather.
No clips, no cuts. I think I see it again.
That's some shit, though.
There's the moon behind the tree.
Definitely is.
And I'm zooming into the moon. It's behind the tree.
Behind
There
the
it is.
tree.
This is the moon behind the tree.
Why is he filming the moon from behind a tree?
My thing is, if this was something that was like some psyop from the government, why it wouldn't take all this like light filters and things to try to figure it all out. Like if it was some big psyop from the government, they would make it like so everybody could see it, or a lot of people.
Well, I think the difference is you got to look at the area. You earlier talked about Capricorn
Not an edit. It's
and the
just right
Tropic of Cancer.
garage. Did you see
Okay, they're below that.
Like on top.
So they may have a different polarized view of the sky than what we see.
Okay. Yeah, with
They're
the
on the
energy and
opposite
everything.
side. They might be seeing the reverse, like what you said, the negative.
A
That's why
different
we see it
charge.
in two colors,
Stuff out of my comments because here we go.
That's a good
right?
explanation. Yeah, that's a really good explanation.
I mean, I can diffuse anything, man. Give it to me. Give it to me.
There's the moon. I'm gonna do this slower.
Perhaps he made a bit of
Actually, it's not diffusion. It's what I determine as delineation of information.
Glare of the car. Here's the moon. What happens when you zoom in on the moon?
Wow.
There's the moon. Nothing yet. I can't see nothing.
Looks like a face already.
Why does the zoom
Presto.
in get blurry before it gets
There it
clear?
is.
Nah, ain't no way, dude. That looks like some hairy ass barbarian who's toothless.
But
The other one looks scarier. The one that just had his head down with the one eye open.
Yes, sir.
That shit looked looming.
But it almost looks like something is like fighting in a realm above us, and he just got his head dunked into the waters above, and there's somebody's pushing his head in the water and drowning him.
Come back out later.
Oh shit.
People's out here real
So it could have been the same earth deity being pushed into the waters, and now you're seeing the stress of him coming down.
Exactly.
So the higher density is coming down into the negative, which is explaining why they say we're increasing to the positive.
This new demonic face really doesn't resemble the original face by the moon.
Yep.
If this is the same face, why does its nose look completely different?
Yeah, his nose is. That's first thing I noticed.
It
So
doesn't
why
make
does it look like a pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean?
sense. There are
My
also
man right there looked like he was waiting on him. He walked around the corner and then he got him.
want to interpret
Yeah.
as it is.
Hello.
I mean, part of me likes the concept that this wicked face is now decaying.
To be honest,
But it's just not
the
believable
one
enough
in the
to
green
be
kind of resembles like
definitely a huge face.
some zombie type. I
No
don't
doubt
know.
about it.
Almost looks like a female.
Come back out here and try to get a better video.
Like a what?
This thing. I've been
A
catching
female.
it. I've been catching this.
It
You think
looks
a
like he got
female?
I caught
I
it
can
by
see
a
like a
fluke.
woman trait in that.
I caught it by a fluke.
The
looks
film
like
It's
it
a
got
haggard
algae.
female, dude.
It's got like
And
one
that
eye
is one of the
missing.
most convincing elements of his videos. The face looks vastly
Uh-oh.
different now because it is disintegrating.
One
Oh,
eye
get the
missing.
fuck out of here. That's
See that?
slime,
One eye
bro.
missing.
Let
One
it rip
eye.
in the comments.
Of all things, one eye missing.
One
Wow.
eye missing is Horus, which is no different than Odin.
Yeah.
It's got
One
something
eye
going.
missing.
It looks like it got goggles on or something with going over the bridge of its nose and above its brow.
Okay. Think I see what you're saying. But like hair.
Right
Yeah.
there and above the brow. There's something right. Yep.
Horus was the eagle god.
Some form of like goggles maybe to go in the waters. Maybe.
Okay. I hear you. Goggles. I see what you're saying. That looks creepy.
They're on a different part of the lens, so they see a different frequency. And I'm telling you, I know for a fact now from enough research that say we both look at the color green. You're not looking at the same green I look at.
No, not me and my wife always have that problem. Like she thinks something's wrong with me with colors, and I think something's wrong with her. Like
No,
we all
even shape. Shape looks different to every eye because creation is in the eye. Dude, I will push extra mission theory to the end of my days. Our eyes create the reality that we see. Otherwise, it would fail the double slit experiment that tells us that when something is viewed, it becomes real. And when it's not viewed, it's not there.
And then you know what? I was watching this doctor do like this breakdown of the whole Terrence Howard thing.
Right.
And I'm not for Terrence Howard. I know like anybody on that level, not even like he's that high up, but for him to be where he's at, he's initiated. So he has a handler and all that. He's like not gonna really get on there and spill the
But
beans.
you
Same
got to
with
think
Joe.
about it though. When he went on Joe Rogan brought on somebody who just sit there and dogged him out, which shows you he's the Dark Knight.
Like
And I'll be honest with
communication with
you,
the
I've already been thinking on Terrence Howard views for a long time. I just didn't think he would break the ability. And for somebody that has 97 patents already, everything that we know about infrared radar inside someone's home using their security devices and virtual reality was Terrence Howard's patent. They stole it. He let the patent lapse, and for $500, it was stolen from him. And now that patent has created like $1.6 trillion
That's crazy.
in profit.
Well, look how this doctor was trying to like debunk Terrence Howard. He was like saying,
Eric Weinstein.
Yeah, that's who was on Joe Rogan, but I don't know who this other guy was. He had over 1 million followers on YouTube, so he's somebody. I don't know. I just happened to come across the video, and he was talking about how, like, I guess Terrence got into how colors have frequencies and stuff, and this
Yes.
doctor / scientist was like saying, "Oh, that's a bunch of horse crap.
Yeah,
Colors
he
do
didn't
not
go
have
versus the
frequency."
substance. So if you're going to tell the truth, it's very specific. If you're going to attack the truth, you should be specific. If you're general, you're lying. And I should slap you for these things. He never attacked anything on anything besides the 1/3 to 2/5 rule. Other than that, the guy didn't have any substance to what he was saying. He's going, I ought to slap you and I ought to do this. Just emotional responses to what he was saying because he was so offended that it offends the establishment, but they've never come to terms with theory of relativity themselves. What did they talk about in the instance? You
Bro,
cannot have a Big
they're
Bang. There
so
was no Big
indoctrinated.
Bang. It's impossible. There is no, hey, you give us one miracle, we'll explain everything else. Get the fuck out of here.
Bro,
The word multiply means to make more. So if I multiply 1 times 1, that does not equal 1. That equals 2. If I multiply myself with somebody else, that equals another human being.
Yeah, they get into antics with the words, and that's all lesser magic, and that's how they've done everything they've done through words. That's how they've come and hijacked the whole continent, North America, coming over here when it was already societies and everything over here, and they literally took control of the entire land with words.
Right?
Not military, words.
No,
Words.
Hitler's generals literally described that you can control a nation not through war, but through manipulation of pacifism. Make everybody so pacified they don't give a fuck what's going on in the world. Oh, 80,000 people died. Ha ha ha.
That's it. Passive.
Yeah. Don't be passive.
It's a disability. It's a disorder.
Bro, it's to
It's
the
a
point
sin, is
when
it not, to be fucking lethargic?
yeah, oh yeah, it definitely it says the cowardly cannot enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yes, because God moves. He is always active. So if you're not active, you need to work every day. Even if you're not making money, No matter what you're doing, you need to work hard because that is the way. And I'm telling you, you'll have more energy if you work hard than if you don't.
Well, you just need to work sensibly.
Yeah,
But
energy begets energy. Rest begets rest. So, like, that's resonation, like you said earlier. It's all resonate.
right, it's woe of the RK, which is resonance to the potential, because K is represented as the potential. That's the etymology of the word work. And I literally just came up with that right now. That blows my mind.
So if you got all these, quote, doctors and scientists that have been fully just consumed by the indoctrination of the information of this particular age, actually the age we're leaving, we're on the cusp of.
They have to protect the system to promote their profession.
I think that's
I think ego.
I think it goes deeper than that. Yeah, I think it goes
It's
beyond
just ego.
that.
No, it is ego, because what they're doing is all of a sudden they become of a higher value than everybody around them because they're known as a healer, but they hurt everyone.
The Pharisees and Sadducees, they're so far
Right. You claim that you see, so therefore you are blind.
You won't enter, and you won't even let others enter. But you got the key.
What's that? A nipple ring? What is that?
Nipple ring.
A nipple ring.
That's actually what the pineal gland looks like.
It does look like a nipple ring. Get the fuck out of here, Richard. Come on. That was hilarious.
The pineal gland looks a lot like a nipple, like that. But it has
unfortunately, it's shrunk to the size of a peanut. It used to be the size of an eye. It's not the size you think it is in these images.
Like the size of a pine cone and this and that.
No, it's about the size of a peanut.
Yeah,
it shrank.
That's
it's called atrophy.
Well, we're gonna bounce back pretty quick. Because
it depends on how far people are on the path, and everybody's path is their own. That's why you need to, at a certain point, share what you know to a certain path. Past that level, you need to keep it to yourself.
Of course, if you dry roast a peanut, it shrivels up.
Put it in water, it engorges.
It does. You're right, and we are predominantly water.
And we do nothing but put diuretics in our body that dry ourselves out and calcify our pineal.
Absolutely everything. I've got a video, I'm going to be uploading it, and it's the interview with Bruce Lee. He did when he mentioned
where he tells you to move like water.
Yeah, it's a fascinating interview. It's about 25 minutes long. It's a
I remember it. I unfortunately am cursed with a photographic memory.
I'm trying to remember this word, but there's a maybe one of you guys can bring it up. There's a point to where energy gets to a certain point where it's gotten to a point where it's gonna flip. Like
apex.
It's got. Say it again.
It's the apex of the cone.
It's
the wave. The apex of the wave.
It's another word for it, but it's. I mean, that's you could say it like that as well. But there's a point where the consciousness reaches where it's not. I mean, like we're not there yet, but once it gets to this point, there's no reversing it. It's like
okay,
the water's
we'll talk
already.
About it in music. Maybe it's the crescendo.
We're getting there.
We're building to that high point of
like once we get there, it was like everyone might not get once we get there, everyone might not get it, but the consciousness has gotten to a point where it's gonna flip regardless, and that's your pole shift and this and that.
I think honestly we will get to the point where I see the saying that I say all the time, that The true mind can weather all lies and illusions without being lost, and the true heart can touch the poison of hatred without being harmed. Since beginningless times, the void has always thrived, but always yields to purifying light.
Well, you know, this
through that, many things are derived.
This whole Trump fiasco, which this stream, when I came on, that's where it was started at. It's so like such an anchor on the masses, man, that are like buying into this crap. Like that is the biggest thing that's slowing us down, and they got a whole agenda. Like the Republicans got agenda 2025. The Democrats got agenda 21 and 2030.
The agenda is polarization. It's magnetism. Why do we not see this?
And it's just
but the
shame.
Logic is the generative force that says, I ain't playing into this shit.
But it's a shame so many people don't get it, man. And like, it just frustrates me, man. It really
I
frustrates
think before a lot of people didn't get it, but after the 19 thing happened, I think that now a lot less people are going, okay, I'm tired of being stupid.
Right.
It's time to have a conscious decision on what my life is going to be.
But a lot of those people are still on that Trump bandwagon and Q and this and that, and you know what I mean? Like
it's a trap. Any way that you fall leads you from the scope of where you can be. So yes, adhere to these things. There always is the better turd, but they're all turds.
Like on South Park, the turd and the douche.
Right, the douche sandwich. Exactly. The giant turd or the douche sandwich. You always have the opposition between the two, but know that the giant douche wants to fucking eliminate your ass. And at least the giant turd has the common decency to wait 30 years.
The turd is external. The douche wants to come up inside you.
Right, which is that spiritual stuff of getting you to consent to what the subject of our reality is supposed to be, which is not where we're projecting down. We're projecting down what we want. We're seeing what we make happen.
I know people in the chat, if anybody just came into the show, I know they're like, what the hell did I just click on?
What's a douche?
Hey, you know, I used to tell people all the time, they're like, why do you get so deep all the time, Tony? And I was like, you know why? Because nobody else fucking does.
That's it.
Man,
I have no choice. Talk to London. I don't talk any different way than I do right now. I have no choice.
I think you'll find we're all the same, really, on that respect.
Right. That's why we're here. We're all resonating.
Remember I told you, like, I was the follower and watcher of London stuff for quite a while before I ever made myself known. And I remember you saying, like, you respected me because of that, because a lot of people don't do that. You know what I mean? They just want to start blabbing and this and that. And this actually, guys, and I don't say it and I know you ain't gonna take it the wrong way, but this has become my kind of like sanctuary, like my own little therapy. That's why, Brother London, I know you send me the emails and stuff and you let me know and stuff. I can't always make it to your shows because I still got my own platform and things going on. But when I come over here, this is like, it takes a weight off of my chest.
Wow.
Being able to just associate and speak to, I don't want to say masters, but kind of like a meeting of the masters, you know.
Right. We get a little bit afraid because we don't want to flex the ego of ourself, because that's the trap of the situation, is to flex the ego.
Right, exactly.
Which is to dominate the situation and go, oh, hey, I know this. And everybody goes, wow, you're so amazing. But you're overarching everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on. Any asshole with the decent intelligence can outsmart people with their own specific knowledge that they know about something they researched themselves that nobody else did. Get the fuck out of here. That is not wisdom. Wisdom is going, I respect you for what you know. I will absorb you into me. Like, people for the longest time called me a chameleon in my life. And I'm like, don't call me that. Like, every person I'm around, I'm trying to be so nice and be just like them, that I try to resonate with them, that I am only myself through the experience of every person I have ever met. Otherwise, I would not have became myself. So I have to thank every person I'm around for letting me become me.
That's right, man. That's right. When I was younger, quick story. I've done prison time and things like that. And when I was younger, I always thought, what if I go to the life I was leading? I knew eventually I was gonna wind up behind bars at some point. So, like, I kind of accepted it when it was younger, teenage years. You know what I mean? But I had
societal conditioning.
Right, exactly. So I had this thought in my head though, what if I end up, my only what if was wasn't scared of jail and none of that, but my what if was, what if I end up being in a cell, my cellmate is a murderer, and I can't sleep at night because I'm worried about this dude this. So the ironic thing about it is, at one point in my multiple prison stays, my cellmate ended up being somebody that was convicted of triple homicide.
Damn.
So, and he was younger than me. He was 19 years old. I was 28. So I was about 10 years his elder.
Yeah, but you had wisdom, and he probably did that shit because he was naive.
Bro, listen, when I tell you, it was the complete opposite of what everything that I had thought my entire life. This boy ended up, I saw the good in this person who ended up getting convicted. He got triple life plus 35. That was his end conviction. I was his cellmate. His nickname was Ben Laden. Now, this dude, he shared with me some things that I can't even say on here, but I'm gonna put it like this. What he got convicted for was only a fraction of what he actually had done in his life. And I still found the good in this boy, to where my wife, when I came home and I told her all of this story of this boy, she couldn't really fathom it. And I really came to the conclusion, this boy was a product of his environment. Now, we hear that all the time, but I promise you, yo, he finally opened up to me, because I was in a cell with him for about 8 months. I was his cellie before he got moved to where the lifers go. And he opened up to me, man. Like, we became friends, and he shared all his stories with me, yo. And it was sad in a way, and then I started seeing the good, and he had still had some joy in his heart, and he even put a smile on my face sometimes.
I'm telling you, the people who went through the hardest things know the most value of life because they've seen the darkness.
Bro, he was an old soul, man. Like, he was teaching me things. I was teaching him as well, but he was teaching
telling you,
me.
some of the most advanced people you meet probably had the roughest childhoods, and they don't want to tell you about it because they don't want you to know their darkness.
Yeah, it was a sad story, man. And this boy he wasn't a psychopath. He
didn't have a choice. He was a child. If you were not allowed innocence up until the age of 18, you have to make adult decisions with the child's mind.
Bro,
and then they're judged as adults.
From the age of 12 up until the age of 18, he told me he had less than a year of freedom out in the streets.
Damn.
Less than a year, bro, of freedom.
And I'm telling you, every place that these people that live these lives are 20 minutes away from a rural city where that shit never happens. And all they got to do is pick up and leave.
Dang. It's insane, man.
Leave. You're 20 miles away from freedom. Why do you live in any city?
I mean, think about when you travel, when you drive. I don't know. I can't speak for our brothers, London and our brothers over across the pond. But here in America, if you take a road trip somewhere, it's all empty land the whole road trip. And then every couple hours you come across a city, and then you're driving for like 3-4 more hours with nothing but land.
So you're saying there's no overpopulation?
No.
No. Do you know a cool fact? This will blow your motherfucking mind. You could fit every citizen in Texas with 1 acre of land.
Well, in America?
In America.
I can believe that.
All Americans would fit in Texas with 1 acre of land. Go fuck yourself.
They're shooting to do something similar to that with their 15-minute cities, but highly reduce the population and only have those alive that are willing to go into the transhumanist agenda, which is basically giving you the illusion of free will. We already, to a certain extent, they have built up a system that is illusion of free will, but not that powerful. Like where people
it's a free will of illusion. They flipped it. Everything has to be its inverse. So if you have a problem with something, literally say it in inverse and you have the solution. It is a free will of illusion.
Free will of illusion.
Yes, we choose the Matrix. Did you notice the last Matrix movie that came out said that it doesn't matter if people know if they're being decepted now. They don't give a fuck. They like the Matrix better.
Yeah. And that's what, and I don't know if I said it earlier.
Desire has become the key.
It's to the point now where even when this plasma event comes, where it's been revealed to myself that it's going to happen between 2039 and 2046. What the Bible calls the birth pains will begin in 2039. The real one, not all this simulated bullcrap. And it's going to lead up to the apex of this event, the changeover event happening in 2046. But it's to the point now where you could tell people this, and when it's happening, there's going to be people that have their phones out. Well, by then, I mean, the phones will probably get knocked off because of the magno-electric activity and all that. But as long as the phones and everything is up and running, these people are going to be outside like the ball is dropping in Times Square, like, woohoo, yeah, look. Like, that's how far gone everyone is, man.
I tell you what, believe it or not, maybe they're not in the wrong. If the giant wave is going to come and kill me, why should I sit there and resist it or run from it? If it's inevitable.
Yeah,
why should I not take every moment up into then and treat it as special as it should be until the moment of that collapse?
It's only there's a difference between us and them, though. Right now, in this moment, it's ignorance. It's like an ignorance is bliss type deal, but with us, it's no fear.
But
It's
their
love.
ignorance is creating the negative reality when we're the ones trying to say, "Hey, no, I can keep it from happening."
Pretty much.
We need a resonance high enough to resolve above this negative reality. We can make it better. We can heal it. We're doing it right now. You may not know it, but we don't have any idea of the wide scope effects of the words we're talking to a multitudes of people that will cause a systemic thought throughout people to their own eventualities that may excite them to become the next president, the next changer of the world, the next Christ mind. You know?
So what does it say? Like, I think Christ said itself, my word does not come back null and void. The word meaning from your soul, your heart, not just any old spoken word, but even that, really, even any old spoken word is really don't come back null and void. It's all going to pretty much have
the word is you, because you are the spoken word.
Exactly.
He's sang into the universe.
That was, you just hit, that's exactly where I was going with it. So it's never going to come back.
Creation came from a sound.
So if it never comes back null and void, that means everything we're doing right now, whether there's 15 people watching or 1,500 people watching, it doesn't make a difference because it's all going out.
There's Muslim religion that teaches you that if you kill one person, it's no different than killing every person. And if you enlighten one man, it's no different than enlightening every man.
Well, why you think Christ said, if you looked at that woman and you lusted over her, you already and you thought and you went through the process of having sex with her in your mind, you already did it. Because once we get back to our full light power, our God power per se.
Right. Sight is no different than action. So what your mind thinks is no different than acting it out, which is why you should not covet your neighbor.
Because once you get back to your full self, I guess you could say your 144,000 genome or whatever you want to say, your higher self, your oversoul.
Your 144, which, believe it or not, I want to hit you with this real quick, is 12 by 12. And a gross of bottle rockets.
12 by 12, that's all. That'll take me down a whole nother rabbit hole.
Oh, dude, 12 by 12, get you 144.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is if I start talking about that, we'll go down a whole.
I get you. You'll tangent. I do the same. Go ahead.
But like I already now just had a little lapse. Where was I?
Well, you were talking about the coincidence of the proficient, you know.
Dang, man. Okay, so the thought, because once you restore your full, I'm gonna say God power, you will have the power to manifest instantly. So you're not gonna be given that type of authority and stewardship until you prove that you can handle it. So if you can't take care of what's in your hand, you're not going to be given more. See, that's what these elites are trying to do. They're trying to enter the kingdom of heaven by works and get more and more and more by works.
But they're 3 steps from the path.
They're trying to do it all by works alone, outside of themselves and the external physical. They're doing it backwards. When you're supposed to start from within, like you said earlier.
They can't get there. They need us to do it when we can do it ourselves. So they have an extra step to do, which is coercing, which is fraud upon free will. That is a negative principle upon the universe. You cannot commit fraud or coercion amongst a free will soul.
And I believe that what we call the changeover, pole shift, MCO, whatever you want to call it, whatever, apocalypse. I believe that is when it gets to the point where they have crossed the limit of exceedingly stopping free will. I think that's what that is. It's a protocol.
Right. They've gotten you to believe that you don't have any.
Boom.
So you submit, you consent. That's why I said earlier, I will always tell any entity and every source that I'm on that I don't care what you say, I do not consent.
I also believe that as long as there's one being on earth that doesn't consent, that they can't take over. I think even if
it has to be 51% positive or this shit fucking collapses. You know why they won't commit mass genocide and just kill 500 million of us, or how many billion, to get down to 500 million, is because the planet itself will reject. It will reset. The planet is no different than us itself.
You said the planet itself will what?
They can't kill everyone. Because the planet would immediately turn into an event to reset itself. But as long as consciousness thrives, it will prolong the event. There's a culling that will happen, which is called a harvest. And that's where everybody's ready to raise to the next level. And there are multiple spaces where I believe that each of us will go, which will be a 4th positive, a 4th negative, and a 3rd positive. but they will be different place than we are now.
New heaven, new earth, new positions, new angles. That, or you can say angels, new angles.
You were listening the other night, weren't you?
Let's get into that. Let's get into some heaven and hell stuff real quick.
Angles, boy.
I wasn't, but that just shows, man, we're on the same page.
23, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm just got done doing some work, and I'm having fun listening to what people think. It's interesting to me.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Right on. Salute, bro.
No one ever really dies. Everyone exists forever. It's just a matter of where. Either heaven or hell. Do you know the details about the differences? That's what I'm here to talk about.
Heaven or hell.
I'm here to talk to you about the Shamayim, heaven, and about Sheol, hell, the pit, Abaddon, the abyss. I'll give you all the details. But first, let's start with heaven. The word that we see that the Father gave for this topic is Shamayim. Now, I've told you a number of times, many videos, that when you see im, I-M, on the end of any Aramaic Hebrew word, it's a plural term. The singular would be Shemach. That would be heaven, but that word never appears anywhere in the word. From Genesis through Revelation, you only see Shamayim. That would be heavens, plural. Very interesting, and that makes me think of John chapter 14. That's Yochanan 14 verse 2, where Yeshua says, "In my Father's house are many staying places. And if not, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you." That's an exciting thought right there. And we could go on and on. But
I think he's talking about manifesting right there. I build a place for you, which meant his thought creation was so powerful that not only could he manifest his own reality, but he created a place for others to exist in.
Okay, I can dig that.
That's cool.
As he says, are many staying places. And that means a lot to me when I think about Shamayim being a plural term, and the only term you ever see in the word. It's never singular. Why? Because in the Shamayim, the Father has many places. Let's take a look at Shamayim as it appears in the Odiot, the original, most ancient Aramaic Hebrew pictographic letters. We have Shin, Mem, Yod, Mem. Shin and Mem, you have Sham, Yod, Mem, Yim, Shamayim. Shin, it's a picture of two front teeth. Has to do with cutting, separating things. Mem, you see this one quite frequently in my videos. It's a picture of water.
Do you remember when we covered that one, Tom, the mem, when we was looking over in Egypt, Cairo, and Memphis? Brought down the yeah, mem, water, exactly.
Or blood, specifically the blood of Yeshua,
Ooh, blood.
salvation.
Okay.
Water is the word. The word washes us. And also mem has to do with mightiness, as in the great and mightiness of the sea.
I think he missed the translation on that a little bit.
Okay. What are you
I
saying?
think the water means change. Like
change.
negativity, like the word, which is why we speak. The word creates change.
Yo,
So I think he's close, but I just thought, sorry, on that one little point, he was a little off.
I think of water with water. I'm sorry, memory. I think of memory with the mem with the water.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what mem, which is me of the M. The M is the wave, which is the E of the energy in between the me of the M. If you think about the word, it actually has the explanation of everything that exists within it, within those three letters.
Oh,
Can you
yeah.
think about it?
Yeah, I can see the M and
wave
the E.
within the energy within the wave. It's
Even
cause and effect.
Even kind of with the Yod sign, I can kind of see the arm within the word itself.
Right, for everything that reads backwards and forwards.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Eve, which
Mhm.
means she might be timeless in the fact that her creation moves forward and backwards at the same time. So that creation was more of a story of the mind than it was of how people propagated. We tend to think of this as a generation story of just talking about how people were birthed. How fucking boring.
Well, yeah. Mom is really close from there too with the waters.
Yeah.
Right. It reads backwards and forwards. So does dad.
And ups, and if you invert it, it's wow.
Right. It's ever perpetuating backwards and forwards. I used to do that with myself, which kind of is why I always ask the question, is because my own name means why not backwards.
Why not? Yeah, tell me.
I was meant to ask the question. I question the question every day that I question the question. It only leads me on to a longer path, because every bit of wisdom leads you further down the road. Every question leads into 3 more questions, so you end up in perpetuality. But over time, it becomes wisdom, because they become common denominators of full, succinct facts that you've learned through all the information that you've absorbed, like what London's been showing. There's been a progression of years of London showing shit. Right, London?
There you go.
How long?
Coming on to like 2
I've been
years.
gone for like 6 months, but
yeah, getting there.
No, how long?
About 2 years now.
Yeah. 2 years.
Still got more to show. Let's keep going.
Cool.
Picture of an arm and a hand has to do with actions and work. In this case, the actions and the work of Elohim, Father, His Son, and His Ruach, His Spirit. And then we have Mem again. Once again, I think this happened recently, Yod is sandwiched between Mem on either side. So there's a strong statement here about the work and the actions of the Father through the blood of Yeshua and His Word, which washes us clean. And the Word washes us clean as we study the Father's word, our minds are renewed and transformed. We are washed by the word, but the word is also Yeshua. He washes us clean. His righteousness begins to take over in our lives as we make him our Adon, our master. And Sheen, you know, two front teeth, has to do with cutting and separating. In this case, you know, we're talking about the Shamayim, the heavens. They are all about the work and the actions of the Father and his Son and his Ruach, and the effect of his Son and his Word, and separating it. Again, you know, Shamayim, that's why it's plural, because separating, there's all many Shamayim. There's many, how did the word put it in Yochanan? Was many staying places. There are many places in the Shamayim. Now, in the